to be fair, Talent wasn't able to enter to win the other giveaways. So I don't know if this counts anymore, but that was for the control giveaways, which I already had. So I wasn't that mad about it. But this one, I feel like it would just be wrong if we couldn't come in. Come on. Anyway, I digress. Definitely check it out. You can make sure to check that Twitter and also keep up to date with all of the happenings that are going on the A, the B, the C stream. C stream, best stream, but it's fine. No problems here. We're not throwing shade, are we, Net Control?
Oh no, we're not. I mean, we're all one big happy family here at GLG. I mean, we're just, and what I was thinking was with this giveaway, right? You can sort of do a little bit of flexing as well. I mean, if you've been around, if you've been watching these tournaments, if you've been playing in these tournaments since our very early days last year, I mean, you can do a little bit of showing off. You can say, hey, I found GLG because I was looking for Call of Duty tournaments on Battlefy. And now here I am, many months later, I'm still part of this. I'm still hanging out and I'm looking to make some big bucks in Valorant, get that fan skin, keep myself cool. So, no reason not to. No reason not to try it out. But it looks like we are back straight into the game. Sorry for that long pause, but we are back with the action here. 6 to 10. Hotcakes on the defense. Last round save on the disadvantage. Looking to bring it all the way back.
It's going to be a long road. 4 rounds right now, the deficit. And, well, it is... I didn't necessarily catch it. I think it was the reinvestment from last round save. Yeah, it looks like there's guns for everybody. And so with that, we are going to have to just move into a bit of a desperation time, right, for last round save. They're coming into things, and they are looking to maybe split towards A. There's 2 players on Cat, or rather 3, well, yeah, 2 players on Cat, 2 players towards A, and 1 rotating all the way around.
Found them. Swarm grenade out.
The alarm bot is triggered, but wow, a huge shock dart from Q59. A nice double kill. Says, eat your heart out, Bears. I've got the better shock darts. But here, now they have to take it with only 3 members. The site is open. No lockdown available on the side of Hotcakes anymore. They are going to get that plant down, but they seem to be confident on their ability to retake. We'll have to see. It's getting put to the test right here, right now, as the spike ticks down. Big ulti from Bears, lighting him up. Not finding any kills from it, though.
Well, no kills is a problem. That being said, Corsonics finds 1. So that makes things a bit easier. Remix, though, with 1 frag in return. Glyph trades 2 back, though. It's now even 2 on 2. Q59 finding 1 in Glyph with a triple. So 2 triple kills. 1 apiece. 8 bullets in the chamber, but it's quite enough for Q59 with the quad kill to close things down. And Glyph taken out means that last round save has lost yet another round, and that it is up 11 to 6. Hotcakes in prime position to take match point.
Yeah, no, and once they get to that 12, it's either overtime where they have another opportunity to close it out, or they just finish it out with 1 more round. And last round save is in a difficult situation. I mean, they have to win a lot of rounds in a row if they get to that 12. And at this point, 1 mistake can mean the end of the game. So as the barriers drop, we'll have to see what the plan is going forward for that last round save team.
Well, they do have rifles, so it's not all lost, right? Q59 with a little bit of information spots the head of Glyph right there. Now, there is some ultimates. I say some. There's 3, in fact, for last round save. The run it back, the teleport, and the lockdown. So lots of opportunities right here. Lots of tools in the toolbox for last round save to work with. They are going to have to use those very effectively, though. So looking as if they're going to be moving towards A site they've tended to favor thus far, Net Control. And maybe the wrong decision. They've not had the most success over there, but who knows as they move forward once again.
Yeah, they're playing it slow. They're playing at contact. They're just waiting for everybody to be there to set up the execute. Killjoy is going to come out. Aqua impatient with that run it back, but here it comes. Coming in onto the site, triggering that alarm bot, making sure to clear out all of that util. Hotcakes playing it very smart, playing it defensively. They have no ultimates available. But again, they had a good retake last time. Let's see if they can do it yet again. They don't have the numbers advantage that they started out with last round. The door is closed. Let's see what happens as the retake is coming through.
That's a great start. Bears, Yoshi, both picking up frags. Like we said, must win. Lit with one, but Bears returns fire. It's Q59 to pick up one more, but that is going to be it. It's now 2-on-2, and Carsonics with 2 in the back line, lighting them up and knocking them down. His last round save, they get a 7th, and they finally return the favor, picking up a round.
That was the absolute longest rotate I have ever seen Corsonics coming around the world, and it definitely paid off, able to get that double kill. I mean, that is going to keep them fighting. And now that puts Hotcakes in a bit of a difficult situation. They will buy down to about 2K. They are looking very, very sus on these guns. Pushing through, Waltz is able to get one. Yoshi coming in on the positive trade. That will be the B take. They have to wrap from all the way behind. They went mid. Not a lot of guns to work with.
Oh, just running through, Vons is like, screw it. And Corsonics with the shot through the wall. Bears falls after the fact, and the well-placed utility from the Sova himself, able to pick up a lot of damage, and then the frag with the rifle. So things started to stabilize here for our last round save, at least just a little bit. That was the eco, though, for Hotcakes. So you would have expected a pretty easy round win on that account, right? So Hotcakes now with the rifles. Last round save, they have to do it once again. Like you said, not a lot of room for error at the moment, and it is just 2 rounds away from victory. Hotcakes in a good position regardless of the outcome.
Yeah, no, they've got the rifles. All they need to do is win this round to put themselves in a great position. Last round save will have a little bit of money in the bank. You can see them trying to run it towards this mid, spraying through. Does not really get any damage. Remix continue to be the menacing pressure towards this mid. The cloud bursts and the paranoia as well. Just preventing them from gaining any more space in mid.
So much utility, though. Expounded right there. Just to try and support the Remix. This one player, and Vons is rotated around as well. Able to get a bit of a tag, but not much. Now ready for it. Aqua doing exactly what was necessary. Like you said, dislodging Remix, key to last round saves, adjustment, and victory. Glyph prepping paranoia. Talked about how precious that resource is. Blinds 2. Lit, though, with the frag, with the nano swarm. So impactful. Now, Corsonics trying to inch out over towards B, trying to convince that this is a B take, but doesn't win the fight, and that makes it all the more difficult because now that rotation is all the way towards A. It's 3-on-4, and the defender Killjoy's down once more.
We'll put it down. Glyph looking to destroy it, but nothing coming out of that. I mean, the Killjoy, I don't think it was necessarily absolutely needed, but it did buy them a lot of space, a lot of time, and made that retake all the easier, especially as last round tried to push up, get some over-aggression. They had all 3 of those members in that garden area defending that Killjoy.
Well, you know, it didn't necessarily end up doing anything, but it definitely did force all those players into bad positions that had gifted over the round. So now round 12 gained. It's match point and 4 of them. As last round save, they're back to the drawing board, backs up against the wall, and well, Hotcakes is twisting their arm, saying, "Hey, you guys, we're gonna put you down, kick you out."
You can see their last stand. Last stand. They've got the rifles, the full commit. Do or die. Corsonics making a bunch of noise. Remix taking out Yoshi. That's not exactly what they wanted. Aqua trying to get that return fragment. Vaughn's coming up huge! Almost gets the 3. Bears finally finishing him off. Bringing it down to that 2v3. Bears does have possession of the spike. They know exactly where Core Sonics is. Bears is basically alone as he tries to regroup. Possibly looking to take it over towards that B. No real Killjoy utility over there. It's mainly stacked towards that A. Possibly looking to go through that market, taking Arch. All 3 players towards that spawn. Information is there.
Standing ahead.
Trading on the sonar darts. Just wanted to get some information. A little bit late on the shock dart, but Waltz is good for the frag. Bears gets the
30
return,
seconds left.
but that does mean that it's 1-on-2. Now, has a Hunter's Fury available, but the question is, where do you use that? Owl Drone could get a tag. If you get a tag here, then maybe you know where to utilize that Hunter's Fury. No info, spots out the one in the corner. Now pulls it out. Gonna get a tag first. Could pick up the second, does indeed. Perfect. Now pulling out the rifle. Needs to make sure he has the information. That's the sonar dart. Tells exactly where he is to Q95. He gets out of the corner, but the repeat from Bears, the quad kill to keep last round save alive. The 1v2 clutch to bring them clawing into this round.
Bears has been absolutely a unbelievably high impact player for this last round save team. You know, it may be Yoshi in that carry with the 21 kills, but Bears, I mean, coming in clutch when he needs it. The shock dart trigonometry that this guy does. He is absolutely the bedrock of this team right now. And as Hotcakes is in a difficult situation, this could be the 10th round that they're looking for. They have ults available. They have 1, 2, 3, all of them relatively offensive. So they'll have to sort of rely on a fast take, looking to get as many kills as they can. Q59 is going to land a shock dart, but what a shot from Aqua. Clearing off the site. Not sure if they know that this Killjoy is hanging out, lurking. Lit is going to be lit up. They're spraying through. Manages to stay alive with the Molotov. That's going to be a finish out. Burns alive. Now, it is all up to 2 players versus the full 5. Fully stacked players of last round save. They do have knives out. But not sure what Vons can do with that.
Last player
What
standing.
wonderful
There it is.
utility in general, though. I mean, a flawless victory. Let's just not, you know, glance over that one. But nonetheless, the utility usage right there from last round save, they just dry peeked the angle. They were like, yeah, we'll take it. We'll take the fight. And, I mean, normally, right, the reason that Q95 is, or Q59, I don't know why I'm saying Q95, whatever, was prepped and ready with that shock dart, is typically you're going to see some sort of utility go out onto the site, enough time for him to throw that shock dart and then get away with the life. But just straight up dry peeking, had some sort of idea, I have to imagine, that Q59 was going to be playing that angle, doing exactly what was necessary. But speaking of which, Remix doing what's necessary to pick up the frag opener there onto the A site. But look at the push. It's all over B. That run it back effective, clearing everything out. All those angles gone. So Glyph gets this spike planted, and it's a 5-on-4. The retake is there, but look at the ultimates. The lockdown.
Oh! Yoshi coming up big with 2. Aqua with another lit is going to take him down. But that is going to be quite the shutdown right there. The attacker Killjoy will not detain the last. And it is going to be Yoshi on the hunt. Lit still has a chance, though. Don't count him out just yet in a 1v2. Spike is down and ticking. As he pushes through, is going to get caught out by Core Sonics from Market. Absolutely spectacular for them. Bring it so much closer to their own match point. Bring it to that overtime. 11-12.
Absolutely great job right there. Last round save. They played that perfectly. And the big thing is, they did use the run it back. They did, in fact, use the lockdown, but they saved the knives. They saved the Blade Storm. That definitely it gives them some room to work with coming through. Remember, Yoshi, 24 and 16 at the moment, definitely doing the work And this just makes things all the more difficult, as there is 3 ults online for the defense. Hunter's Fury and Lockdown, the big 2 of them, and that could be the tide turner. We're in the last round of regulation, so it's just about as close as you get.
Yeah, those are the 2 key players to take out when taking those sites, but they're going to be playing their lives as long as possible, trying to keep that oh so important utility up. They are running the same kind of default. They have 2 towards that arch mid. They have the 2 key players. They've had a lot of success on taking A, and the retakes haven't exactly always been there, so sending both of those defensive alts, I guess offensive in a way, in that post plant. We'll have to see how it plays out now. The door is closed. Looking to plant the spike as soon as possible. But here comes the Hunter's Fury. The spike will go down. Manages to dodge and juke his way out of danger. But there is the Killjoy. That is going to make it so difficult to hold this post plant. Shock Dart coming through. And they're responding with a lot of aggression, but it is misplaced. Vaughn's getting his triple kill in the bag. Lit coming in with another. And now in a 1v2 lockdown, or 1v1 lockdown, is going to secure the game for Hotcakes. What an unfortunate way to finish it out for last round save. Will not bring it to that overtime, but still a valiant effort for last round save.
Yeah, a valiant effort indeed. And you have to feel for them right there. And I think that with that, I mean, last round save, I think they can be okay with that loss. They brought it back. They played great. And in especially those last few rounds. But Hotcakes just had the lead. They were able to claw things back, and on the slimmest of margins, a 13-11 victory here on Ascent. Absolutely brutal for the last round save, folks. But Hotcakes, congratulations. Moving on and moving along in the lower bracket here, doing great work. And so, hey, props to them.
Yeah, no, last round save did have a lot of success in the previous qualifier. We'll have to look forward to the next to try to redeem that last round save name. But Hotcakes, they're going to be trying to claw their way all the way back up to that upper bracket. Unfortunately, last round save will not get that chance for redemption, but that's okay. I mean, there is always the next qualifier, and there is always the Pit of Valor, even though, I mean, when it comes to this tournament, all these players are Immortal Plus. They're very, very excellent players. So it might be a little bit smurfy to go into the Pit of Valor with last round save, but you know.
Whatever. I mean, listen, you take victories where you can, and listen, sometimes you wanna definitely take those victories if they're a little bit simpler. That being said, there's lots of great talent in the Pit of Valor, so I don't know if it would be that easy, especially in the best of ones. Nonetheless, we are going to take a quick little break right here, but don't go anywhere. We have more C-Stream action coming at you right after this. Got to do it with poor weapons.
Yeah, it is definitely tough. They do push really hard in here, and Tizon does get a kill, but oh my god! Scrounge comes in, playing on his steering wheel. He just comes in, knocking everybody down. That is an incredible play there from Scrounge. That level of aggression, Singularity manages to clean it up. Has an inkling of what's going on, but Singularity already made his way up into heaven. Sees that he has some free shots here. Gonna take one, gonna take two.
30 seconds.
Dynasty now finds himself in a tough spot. Fluffy gonna take him out with the knives, put him out of his misery, and wow, Vincent, that Singularity flank, that was a long payoff.
It was a long con, and he got away with it in.
He's spamming with that ghost, not gonna find anything, and immediately we see Redux, super aggressive, is going to take out, and gonna take out slow motion there. Singularity finding Munchie as well. So a lot of kills coming in fast here. Redux takes out Verify. Tizon though finds the trade, and it's gonna be Fluffy getting the better of that Jet matchup early on here. So honestly, not a lot for most, and are looking to get a pretty good start on doing it again. Pop operator in the garage here. You're gonna find a nice shot through the wall onto slow motion and another one, this time onto Verify. Shade finding everything right now with that operator, looking very poised in that garage. One push still comes through garage, but Rano just waiting for T-Zon outside. And just one more, why not? Shade takes out Munchie there, and that's a nice little cushion TLP is building.
I mean, that was just a feeble attempt at a garage take, to be honest.
Showstopper comes out, but it's going to get taken down by Shade. Very nice shooting with that operator. Definitely a risky play to peek that, but it paid off in a big way. We see slow motion finding some kills here. T-Zon sort of trying to play this crossfire, gets taken down by the classic from Dip. Slow motion does find the kill and finds another, making a 4K for slow motion. What a clutch play, coming up huge there, and grabs the op on his way out.
Yeah, I mean, slow.
This last round here.
Exactly where you are.
That they do, and definitely not the way you want to rally as Benji swiftly doing some work. KP in a bit of a run. Shade! Gonna take a shot out on through the wall at CT and taking out KP.
Hang around with that judge. Manages to take out two and make Benji's job hopefully just a little easier here. That res, though, talking about Sage plays, that is a pretty big res there as he gets all the Killjoy utility back online as well. But Benji finds Enjoy there, taking him out. Very nice and quick there. Gonna have to wonder if both his enemies now here are in this underneath heaven area. Drops below, takes out one and two, finds them both there. Really nice play from Benji in the 1 versus 3 scenario. It's gonna defuse that spike, and it's a 3-1 lead for TLP. That's some really good play there, Vincent.
It certainly is.
All the way out, Shade is going to trade back that jet difference there. Now it is Perseverance sliding his way in here, trying to come around and swing this angle. Isn't going to find the headshot that he needs. The angle is going to get swung instead by his teammates, who are all going to fall. Perseverance goes down there to Dip as well. So a nice little 3K in that garden for Dip. Does a really good job holding things down. And the 9-3 turns into an 11. Spectral Redux also takes out Reno. He is just looking phenomenal on that Vandal. Spawn. Nuke Prophet does take care of Rano, though, with that Molotov. Really good work there. Really good sort of setup placement there. Getting that Molotov exactly where it has to go. Less so from the Sova ultimate, but it is Dynasty going to be able to take out Nuke Prophet. Dip, though, finding all the kills there. One with the utility, one with the gun, and Dynasty gets a clean little 3K there that round as well. We've seen a lot of individual performances here. Shot by that Cypher Cam through the smoke. Benji, though, gonna come flying in, taking care of Shifty and Vap. Dynasty finding a couple of his own there. Rano is going to take out Lovely and Benji. Just gonna clean things up with that last frag onto Churro. They barely took any damage, TLP, let alone actually getting killed. They have just been tearing back onto these sites in these retakes.
Yeah, I mean, and there was not a lot of, anything available to hold them off on the raid take there for a win.
Yeah, absolutely. We see some super aggressive defense there again from Wave Runners on the sort of save eco round. Here comes the run it back. Out on site now, gonna find a couple there. Another 2-for-1. This time it's Dynasty. Little taps there. That is one of the most valuable run it backs I think we've seen so far. Make it 3 for Dynasty there. Shade's gonna figure out a 4 versus 4 retake sort of scenario. We see Shade watching that flank. Nobody going to be coming there, though. Curry, very nice Hunter's Fury onto Dip, taking out his Sova counterpart. Dynasty finds 4 before Clamran finally shuts him down.
Attackers win.
Rano going to find that last kill, and wow, what a match. I think those teams pretty even, but it did end up being, they're not going to want to walk into it. And we see Rano making things happen with that Odin here. You don't always see an Odin in play. Clamran also going to find a kill there. Dynasty, though, taking care of Fun Buns and Nuke Prophet and Clamran. That is a nifty little 3K there. Some really nice shooting from the Phoenix there, and it is just Curry left alive here for the Wolves. Going to be the one finding Lyoko here. The battle Phoenix is going the way of the Phoenix for TLP so far. No trades needed when you just pop somebody in the head like that. Spike does come down, and back into long here goes Shade. Shade and company. They're going to try to hold this spike from long again. We've seen it work before on this site. No reason to think it wouldn't again, but Rano is going to be the first to go down. We talked about Churro fragging, and here he comes, pushing onto that site, and they're going to be trying to get a little bit of aggression here, but going to run it back, but gets taken down by Shade's operator. Munchie does get Benji in garage, though, and now the push does come in. Shade does get verified. Now in a 2 versus 1 scenario, Munchie takes out Shade, has to stop Dip, who is sticking this defuse. He doesn't seem to notice, though. He's not going to get around the corner. What a stick there from Munchie. Or from, excuse me, from Dip.
They've now pulled out the knives, and they've got to do it with poor weapons.
Yeah, it is definitely tough. They do push really hard in here, and Tizon does get a kill, but oh my god! Scrounge comes in, playing on his steering wheel. He just comes in, knocking everybody down. That is an incredible play there from Scrounge. That level of aggression, Singularity manages to clean it up. Has an inkling of what's going on, but Singularity already made his way up into heaven. Sees that he has some free shots here. Gonna take 1, gonna take 2.
30 seconds.
Dynasty now finds himself in a tough spot. Fluffy gonna take him out with the knives, put him out of his misery, and wow, Vincent, that Singularity flank, that was a long payoff.
It was a long con, and he got away with it in...
He's spamming with that ghost, not gonna find anything, and immediately we see Redux, super aggressive, is going to take out, and gonna take out Slow Motion there. Singularity finding Munchie as well. So a lot of kills coming in fast here. Redux takes out Verify. Tizon, though, finds a trade, and it's gonna be Fluffy getting the better of that Jet matchup early on here. So honestly, not a lot for most, and are looking to get a pretty good start on doing it again. Operator in the garage here, gonna find a nice shot through the wall onto Slow Motion, and another one, this time onto Verify. Shade finding everything right now with that operator, looking very poised in that garage. Push still comes through garage, but Rano just waiting for Tizon outside, and just one more, why not? Shade takes out Munchie there, and that's a nice little cushion TLP is building.
I mean, that was just a feeble attempt at a garage shake, to be honest.
Showstopper comes out, but it's going to get taken down by Shade. Very nice shooting with that operator. Definitely a risky play to peek that, but it paid off in a big way. We see Slow Motion finding some kills here. Tizon sort of trying to play this crossfire, gets taken down by the classic from Dip. Slow Motion does find the kill and finds another, making a 4K for Slow Motion. What a clutch play, coming up huge there, and grabs the op on his way out.
Yeah, I mean, Slow...
This last round here. That they do, and definitely not the way you want to rally as Benji swiftly doing some work. KP in a bit of a Shade! Gonna take a shot out on through the wall at CT and taking out KP.
Hang around with that Judge. Manages to take out 2 and make Benji's job hopefully just a little easier here. That res, though, talking about Sage plays, that is a pretty big res there as it gets all the Killjoy utility back online as well, but Benji finds Enjoy there, taking him out. Very nice and quick there. Gonna have to wonder if both his enemies now here are in this underneath heaven area. Drops below, takes out 1 and 2, finds them both there. Really nice play from Benji in the 1 versus 3 scenario. He's gonna defuse that spike, and it's a 3-1 lead for TLP. That's some really good play there, Vincent.
It certainly is. That's
all the way out. Shade is going to trade back that Jet difference there. So now it is Perseverance sliding his way in here, trying to come around and swing this angle. Isn't going to find the headshot that he needs. The angle is going to get swung instead by his teammates, who are all going to fall. Perseverance goes down there to Dip as well. So a nice little 3K in that garden for Dip. Does a really good job holding things down. And the 9-3 turns into an 11. Spectral Redux also takes out Reno. He is just looking phenomenal on that Vandal. Spawn. Nuke Prophet does take care of Reno, though, with that Molotov. Really good work there. Really good sort of setup placement there. Getting that Molotov exactly where it has to go. Less so from the Sova ultimate, but it is Dynasty going to be able to take out Nuke Profit. Dip, though, finding all the kills there, one with the utility, one with the gun, and Dynasty gets a clean little 3K there that round as well. We've seen a lot of individual performances here. Shot by that Cypher Cam through the smoke. Benji, though, gonna come flying in, taking care of Shifty and Bap. Dynasty finding a couple of his own there. Rano is going to take out Lovely and Benji. Just gonna clean things up with that last frag onto Churro. They barely took any damage, TLP, let alone actually getting killed. They have just been tearing back onto these sites in these retakes.
Yeah, I mean, and there was not a lot of, anything available to hold them off on the retake there for a win.
Yeah, absolutely. We see some super aggressive defense there again from Wave Runners on the sort of save eco round. Here comes the run it back. Out on site now, gonna find a couple there. Another 2-for-1. This time it's Dynasty. Little taps there. That is one of the most valuable run it backs I think we've seen so far. Make it 3 for Dynasty there. Shade's gonna appear at a 4 versus 4 retake sort of scenario. We see Shade watching that flank. Nobody going to be coming there though. Curry, very nice Hunter's Fury onto Dip, taking out his Sova counterpart. Dynasty finds 4 before Clamran finally shuts him down.
Attackers win.
Rano going to find that last kill, and wow, what a match. I think those teams pretty even, but it did end up being, they're not going to want to walk into it, and we see Rano making things happen with that Odin here. You don't always see an Odin in play. Clamran also going to find a kill there. Dynasty, though, taking care of Fun Buns and Nuke Profit and Clamran. That is a nifty little 3K there. Some really nice shooting from the Phoenix there, and it is just Curry left alive here for the Wolves. Going to be the one finding Lyoko here. The Battle Phoenix is going the way of the Phoenix for TLP so far. No trades needed when you just pop somebody in the head like that. Spike does come down, and back into Long here goes Shade and company. They're going to try to hold this spike from Long again. We've seen it work before on this site. No reason to think it wouldn't again, but Rano is going to be the first to go down. We talked about Churro fragging, and here he comes, pushing onto that site, and they're going to be trying to get a little bit of aggression here, but going to run it back, but gets taken down by Shade's operator. Munchie does get Benji in garage though, and now the push does come in. Shade does get verified. Now in a 2 versus 1 scenario, Munchie takes out Shade, has to stop Dip, who is sticking this defuse. He doesn't seem to notice though. He's not going to get around the corner. Oh, Dip. What a stick there from Munchie. Or from, excuse me, from Dip.
They've now pulled out the knives, and they've got to do it with poor weapons.
Yeah, it is definitely tough. They do push really hard in here, and Tizon does get a kill, but oh my god! Scrounge comes in, playing on his steering wheel. He just comes in, knocking everybody down. That is incredible play there from Scrounge. That level of aggression. Singularity manages to clean it up. Has an inkling of what's going on, but Singularity already made his way up into heaven. Sees that he has some free shots here. Gonna take 1, gonna take 2.
30 seconds.
Dynasty now finds himself in a tough spot. Fluffy gonna take him out with the knives, put him out of his misery, and wow, Vincent, that Singularity flank, that was a long payoff.
It was a long con, and he got away with it in.
He's spamming with that ghost, not gonna find anything, and immediately we see Redux, super aggressive, is going to take out, and going to take out slow motion there. Singularity finding Munchie as well. So a lot of kills coming in fast here. Redux takes out Verify. Tizon, though, finds the trade, and it's going to be Fluffy getting the better of that Jet matchup early on here. So honestly, not a lot for most, and are looking to get a pretty good start on doing it again. Operator in the garage here, gonna find a nice shot through the wall on slow motion, and another one, this time on to Verify. Shade finding everything right now with that operator, looking very poised in that garage. Push still comes through garage, but Rano just waiting for Tizon outside, and just one more, why not? Shade takes out Munchie there, and that's a nice little cushion TLP is building.
I mean, that was just a feeble attempt at a garage shake, to be honest.
Showstopper comes out, but it's going to get taken down by Shade. Very nice shooting with that operator. Definitely a risky play to peek that, but it paid off in a big way. We see slow motion finding some kills here. T-Zon sort of trying to play this crossfire, gets taken down by the classic from Dip. Slow motion does find the kill and finds another, making a 4K for slow motion. What a clutch play, coming up huge there, and grabs the op on his way out.
Yeah, I mean, slow.
This last round here. That they do, and definitely not the way you want to rally as Benji swiftly doing some work. KP in a bit of a run. Shade! Gonna take a shot out on through the wall at CT and taking out KP.
Hang around with that judge. Manages to take out 2 and make Benji's job hopefully just a little easier here. That res, though, talking about Sage plays, that is a pretty big res there as it gets all the Killjoy utility back online as well. But Benji finds Enjoy there, taking him out. Very nice and quick there. Gonna have to wonder if both his enemies now here are in this underneath heaven area. Drops below, takes out 1 and 2, finds them both there. Really nice play from Benji in the 1 versus 3 scenario. It's gonna defuse that spike, and it's a 3-1 lead for TLP. That's some really good play there, Vincent.
It certainly is.
That's all the way out. Shade is going to trade back that jet difference there. So now it is Perseverance sliding his way in here, trying to come around and swing this angle. Isn't going to find the headshot that he needs. The angle is going to get swung instead by his teammates, who are all going to fall. Perseverance goes down there to Dip as well. So a nice little 3K in that garden for Dip. Does a really good job holding things down. And the 9-3 turns into an 11. Spectral Redux also takes out Reno. He is just looking phenomenal on that Vandal. Spawn. Nuke Prophet does take care of Rano, though, with that Molotov. Really good work there. Really good sort of setup placement there. Getting that Molotov exactly where it has to go. Less so from the Sova ultimate, but it is Dynasty going to be able to take out Nuke Prophet. Dip, though, finding all the kills there. 1 with the utility, 1 with the gun, and Dynasty gets a clean little 3K there that round as well. We've seen a lot of individual performances here. Shot by that Cypher Cam through the smoke. Benji, though, gonna come flying in, taking care of Shifty and Bap. Dynasty finding a couple of his own there. Rano is going to take out Lovely and Benji. Just gonna clean things up with that last frag onto Churro. They barely took any damage, TLP, let alone actually getting killed. They have just been tearing back onto these sites in these retakes.
Yeah, I mean, and there was not a lot of, anything available to hold them off on the retake there for play with.
Yeah, absolutely. We see some super aggressive defense there again from Wave Runners on the sort of save eco round. Here comes the run it back. Out on site now, gonna find a couple there. Another 2-for-1. This time it's Dynasty. Little taps there. That is one of the most valuable run it backs I think we've seen so far. Make it 3 for Dynasty there. Shade's gonna appear at a 4 versus 4 retake sort of scenario. We see Shade watching that flank. Nobody going to be coming there, though. Curry, very nice Hunter's Fury onto Dip, taking out his Sova counterpart. Dynasty finds 4 before Clamran finally shuts him down.
Attackers win.
Rano going to find that last kill, and wow, what a match. I think those teams pretty even, but it did end up being, they're not going to want to walk into it, and we see Rano making things happen with that Odin here. You don't always see an Odin in play. Clamran also going to find a kill there. Dynasty, though, taking care of Fun Buns and Nuke Prophet and Clamran. That is a nifty little 3K there. Some really nice shooting from the Phoenix there, and it is just Curry left alive here for the Wolves. Going to be the one finding Lyoko here. The battle Phoenix is going the way of the Phoenix for TLP so far. No trades needed when you just...
Alrighty, after that extended pause, we are back with the Hyperspace Dark VAL Qualifier, presented, of course, by GLG as always. My name is Vincent, joined by Net Control. We are the C-Stream for Chill Stream. Easy does it. Let's go.
Yeah, it has been some hot games, despite the sort of chillness of the stream. And the chill vibes that we're putting off right now are good auras, if you will. I mean, Hotcakes has been the sort of team to upset, and they're going to try to continue that streak, I guess, against Expandable, which they're the team to beat in this lower bracket. They are the team to beat.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. When I saw this matchup, I'm thinking, well, you know, if Hotcakes won against the last round save, granted a very close game. I mean, on paper, Expandable should be pretty simple to run past. By the way, in the upper bracket, just to keep everybody updated, YFP beat out Titan Esports, and they're in the winners bracket or the winners
Ooh.
finals. My apologies. It's a best of 3 against Depth, who beat out our tournament or our qualifier sponsors, I should say, of Hyperspace Dark. And they've been knocked down into that lower bracket, and we will see who gets to play them moving on, because it will be Expandable or Hotcakes, depending. And Expandable, on the other hand, we saw them a little bit earlier when they got knocked down here to the lower bracket, but they have beat out Ghoul F8, a prior Pit of Valor winner, by the way, in order to make it all the way to here. So Expandable seemed to be hot today, and they might be trying to play against that heat that the Hotcakes are putting out. That being said, on paper, after beating last round save and Wichita Wolves, 2 teams that I feel are better than Expandable, I think that Hotcakes have to be the favorites here. I don't know what your thoughts are, Control.
I mean, I would love to see the Expandables eat up those hotcakes.
Nom nom.
Just dig their claws straight into it. And I mean, both of these teams have had a really good run through the lower bracket. I mean, of course, having a good run in the lower bracket isn't as good as having a good run in the winners bracket, but you take what you can get, right? And both of these teams want that extra opportunity. They want that comeback underdog energy to claw, like I said, claw their way back up through this lower bracket, get back up into the upper bracket, and secure their spot, secure their chance for that $100, and of course, get that chance to compete for the 2K.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. It's the big cash, big money, easy does it. But it is going to have to be the victory here, and of course against that Hyperspace Dark team, who are very, very solid. Of course, tournament VAL qualifier sponsors as well. So on the other side, by the way, of this lower bracket, I didn't necessarily let you know, but Able Esports, who we saw take a loss earlier, they have made a run through this lower bracket, beating out Down to Earth and Spotlight. Ironically, 2 teams that I would have put above Expandable as well. So I guess maybe the key here is I'm just sleeping on Expandable. I'm gonna watch this back and hate me, but it's just been inconsistency, and I haven't really been convinced. But maybe this is the time. This is where my opinion turns, and I'm being convinced round by round, game by game, by this Expandable play. And we are going back to the tried and true of Ascent, or at least it appears that we are, because, well, Expandable starting on the defense and Hotcakes on the attack. So this should be interesting, should be spicy, as it is not Ascent, it is Bind, and I'm going to blame that one on Mr. Producer Man, Ben himself, throwing him under the bus here.
But that's okay. I mean, both Bind and Ascent, 2 of the most popular maps in competitive Valorant. Some people prefer that Bind, some people prefer that Ascent. But I know for a fact, I know somebody who does not prefer Bind. Big shouts out to Joker. The Bind curse. I mean, it is not a curse for me. Obviously, my first map back was Ascent. Now I get a nice smooth Bind, and I love casting Bind. That sandy map. But looking at these agents, I mean, it is relatively the same across the board, except for Q59 and Waltz pulling out the big bearded burly men. Makes sense on that attack, having those nice flashes from the breach. I mean, putting a lot of stock possibly into that attacking side, looking to get the majority of their rounds in there and making it a simple defender
Choose your
half.
agent.
They will lock in the Brimstone.
Negadrol, I know you've been with me quite often. I'm sure you've heard about my breach standing that I have. I am a big fan of the breach. Love to see breach here on Bind. I think it's very strong. And so I'm already thinking that Hotcakes have an advantage on this character, on the character select screen, which is not always the case. It's certainly interesting. And they have the longer smokes as well of the Brimstone. So that, much less of a, much more of a question mark, I should say, for me on whether or not that's like advantageous or not. It just kind of depends on how things go down. But this breach is very, very interesting, and of course 2 raises. It wouldn't be Bind without some raised play. Now, what
I mean, no, you gotta have those satchel charge jumping around, fly into A, 2 kills with the showstopper. I mean, the, the Razes really do put on a show. Even though they stop it with that ultimate, they are the stars of the show. As the barriers drop into the pistol round, it is looking like it is going to be a play towards this B long. The stack from Expandable could shut this down. Have to see what the play is. They have the camera up. Even though they're being slow, and that rupture comes through, they're holding strong. Churro ready for the defense. Lit is going to trade out. Walt's getting nice too, opening up that B site, and now it is going to be a desperate rotation. They're going to slap down the bomb as quickly as they can, avoiding that recon dart for the most part.
Oh, that was beautiful. That blind,
Enemy remaining.
exactly what you wanted to see. And Lit wins out a gunfight as well. On to Lyoko, who is a big player to look out for. By the way, I drink juice, a second player to look out for here for the Expandable side. Those 19-second smokes I was discussing, one of those going to be thrown out immediately. A sonar dart, getting some information, but inside of that, inside of the canister, not really going to be quite effective in the molly from the brimstone coming through and denying a lot of information. So as that spike continues to tick away in a 1v3, this is just looking more and more unwinnable for the Sova.
Yeah, Juice just looking for those exit frags. Trying to find one onto Lit. He will. Continuing to hold fast. Gets one more into Waltz and holds the players there. I mean, although you take the owl on the round, you do take the guns out of the hands. Obviously, they're going to be buying up into those SMGs. But, you know, maybe they had some armor. Maybe they had some util. And that is hard reset. A nice play on those exits. Now, they will have to take this next round.
Here.
Try to shut down the snowball that Hotcakes has shown from that past map.
Exactly. And with that, I mean, listen, Hotcakes all warmed up after that close fought victory. You know, I'm sure, to be fair, Expandable also coming off a game. That's just kind of how these tournaments work. Always playing something, but nonetheless, the defense looking a little bit tight with the cash. Don't quite have enough money to buy anything but some pistols. There's once again a B execution. Sonar dart comes out. It's a little bit off kilter though, as that's a very nice shot. Getting the aftershock in shows exactly how all the angles got cleared out. As now Waltz, Remix, Vons, all picking up frags, as it's going to be a 2-on-5.
That nade paint can will force them out of elbow, but Lit coming straight in, traded out by Shifty. Very low HP on that Brimstone. He's the one to defend it. A nice kill through smoke, a good spam from Shifty, but still in the 1v3 versus those Spectres, looking impossible. And he looks like he's just going to have to go for those exit frags. They are keen to prevent him. They know exactly where he is. Vons, with an unfortunate timing, unpeaks the angle. Now we'll take the fight will be Waltz, and he will take it all for that second round on the side of Hotcakes. Looking like they have a lot of prowess on this attacking side for both Ascent and Bot.
Certainly do. I did say I think this team, Hotcakes in particular, have a pretty good chance of winning this. That being said, you know, we've seen how that goes. I don't think the expected victor has really worked out very often tonight. At least not on the C stream. I think maybe like once out of the 3 or the 4 games we've casted. So, you know, that's pretty good odds, if I do say so myself. Paranoia coming through off the back of that fault line, trying to deny Shifty some information. That's going to be the blast back. Oh, wow, well played there to get 1 for Shifty, but Remix quick on the trigger finger with 1 and then 2. As Walks comes back in. That's the Hunter's Fury going to be invested. That's I Drink Juice who came through the teleport, but still. 4-on-2 here. Expandable have to figure out something in response.
Yeah, no. Did deny the spike plant for a while. You will have Juice coming in through that last, but Remix, the lurker, the flanker of Hotcakes is coming from behind, and Drink Juice has no idea. But he does! A nice check from behind. Has his eyes open. Trying to take this retake to the side of Hotcakes. 1v2. Shock Dart comes out. Lights up the Brimstone quite a lot, but Waltz is there to finish it off. yet again. 3K for the third round.
Dude, I'm gonna need I Drink Juice to come tutor me. His trigonometry, his algebra, must be absolutely incredible. It's just, he lined him up, got the tag with the shock darts. It didn't end up getting the frag, but still, it looked pretty, and I'm a fan, you could say, of I Drink Juice. And, well, I Drink Juice, not going to be drinking much of anything this round because he's flat broke. Can't buy anything. Has to go onto the save. Just a classic and a little bit of armor in hand. So here we go. Some aggression coming through for the defense, and it's working out well. Rolling Thunder goes out over towards this other side, but it's a little bit late, though, and it doesn't really net much of anything. So a rifle recovered, as now the rest of the attackers have to try and push towards this B site. I Drink Juice has just a little bit, but not quite enough. Vaughn's taking that frag. It's now 4-on-4, though. A pretty good position, all things considered, for Expandable.
Yeah, no, I mean, they are coming in from behind, but they're sort of aware from this. They use that space. They saw the 3 taking that engagement. Lit with another frag onto Foon. Lyoko going down as well. Waltz is hitting his shots. Everybody on Hotcakes is hitting those headshots. And what an excellent play to take advantage of the space they got on the map. They opened up that B site. They just pulled the tab open like a can of tuna so easily. There was almost nobody there to defend. Once they realized that they were on that eco, they had committed 3 to try to recover a gun towards that mid. It was round over for Expandable.
Yeah, and a quite remarkable change of pace right there for the Hotcakes as they, you know, saw that there was a push towards A. Unfortunately, threw the Rolling Thunder in there, but it didn't really do much of anything, and then immediately turned tail and it ran away. So interesting that happened, as there's some information gathering going on over towards the shower area, as well as the Owl Drone committed through the teleporter, as Waltz tries to get aggressive and dislodge that Soba player. On the defense, does get some damage on the back of that. The paint shells go through, and those are going to get the kill. I Drink Juice taken out big time. A huge pick early into this round.
All Juice wants is a nice can of orange juice, but what he gets is the paint canister from the Rays. That shock dart is going to be missing its mark just a little bit, but very low HP on Hotcakes. This take could go the way of the side of Expandable. We'll have to see, though. Big paint can, dealing a lot of damage, forcing him out, but Vaughn's not able to capitalize on it. Still in a pretty good position is Expandable. They have that numbers advantage. They still have to be careful. They have the ultimate up on the side of Lit.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds. It's coming down to the wire. Waltz is trying to take it. Nice kill from Lit. Does not get the spray transfer, but that will be the spike plant going over to that B side. A smart play from them.
Yeah, lots of utility coming through from the breach there to try and open things up, but that's really not good enough. I mean, the breach out of utility at this point, and it is a 2-on-2. That being said, though, coming through at the late round is that Cypher trying to do something. Lit needs to find something in this position. Now the fault line back up, ready to go, but Lit with the spray transfer. 1-2, knock him down. Easy does it. That's 5 on the board now for the Hotcakes.
You know, he couldn't get that spray transfer early in the round, but absolutely made up for it there. What a great 5th round for Hotcakes. I mean, fifth round. I mean, it was just really, really impressive rotation right there as well, sending him through the teleporter for an easy plant. That's the mind games of Bind. We'll have to see, though. This is going to be the stacked defense towards Hookah. Let's see what they can do. Lyoko does have the showstopper ready and activated. Trying to get that frag. Churro gets the first blood in the round, looking for the next, but not able to connect the knives. Waltz will take down.
Well, more frags moving the way of Hotcakes. And in fact, Remix with a well-placed shock dart finds one and follows up with another on the rifle. Make it 3 for the Sova. As Remix cleans things up. Expandable. I mean, I hate to say it, but they are looking a bit flat. They don't seem to have anything going for them right now.
No sirree. I mean, the Hotcakes snowball is developing. And I mean, it's just, they are looking hot. It's up to Expandable now. The pressure is on them to try to stop this round streak because it will be a very difficult attacker half if they have to play it completely behind and on the cusp of the L. Churro with the ulti. Nice shot on Devon's, shutting down that showstopper, and a nice a nice tailwind to get away and escape. We'll have to see, though, how this plays out. The numbers advantage is not there, but the spike is down. That gives them a bit of an advantage. And now they have to play the retake. Foon looking good in this round, trying to continue his streak, but no, Waltz shutting him down. The ultimate coming through as well. Q59 trying to connect that spray, but Lyoko! Huge showstopper, cracking open that retake, and now it is just lit. Very lit up, 13 HP, and Shifty will spray him right through the wall. Lyoko was the absolute key to opening that up, exploding it open, in fact.
Yeah. I mean, took a bit of dynamite to it, you could say. Maybe threw a bazooka in there for good measure, because that's exactly what happened to Lyoko. That double kill on the showstopper, incredibly well placed. Didn't even catch where it came out from. It was so quick, and quick to fire as well. So, all that being said, the first round available now for Expandable. They have ripped off the Band-Aid, so to speak. They stopped the bleeding. But now it's all on to Hotcakes. What can they do? Can they deny a second round in a row? Because that would be devastating. Economically, Expandable is having a bit of a tough time if they were to lose this round. And that's exactly what Hotcakes want to do. I drink juice. Falling early once again to Waltz this time. Lyoko on the follow-up available, but Waltz is there for the trade. So it's a 2-for-1 deal. Exactly what you want to see if you're a fan of Hotcakes and Expandable on the back foot once more.
Foon, though, trying to make sure that they can't fully take this B site just yet. Waltz, 3 HP, and the Brimstone lit to hell as well. It is only the Cypher. Does have his ultimate available in case they want to try to do a fast take onto a site, possibly looking to collect some information before they do that. We'll have to see what the plan is going forward. They haven't used it just yet. They've been holding on to it. But Foon, this nice camera placement, giving himself an overview of the A, making sure they can't sneak on as they stack the B. Taking their time with just over 30 seconds remaining. And that will be the push out right now. Here they come. All the way through. The cage will be blocking off that elbow as well. But Shifty with a nice spray through. Foon with another, and now it is all up to the Cypher. Foon finishing it out with a triple kill, getting the second round for Expandable.
Well, they stabilized Expandable. I said it was necessary, and they pick it up. Unfortunately, Q59 is having a bit of a rough start to this game. 0-5 at the moment, with 4 assists, though, to be fair. So, not doing nothing, but certainly struggling here in the opening stages, especially as the likes of Waltz are up at 12.
Here.
And, well, that round, a little unfortunate as well, by the way. Got spammed through the smoke there on the take. You know, it happens, but it certainly can be a bit frustrating. Still plenty of cash available for the Hotcakes side, as they have had that 6 run of rounds, definitely giving them a, well, economic behemoth to be overcome by Expandable. And it's not quite been that yet. Hunter's Fury has been committed by I Drink Juice. Well committed as well, considering has taken down Waltz, who is that top fragger in the server, I believe, as well. 12 kills to the name, but none more, at least not in this round.
Yeah, no, and that's a key player for those fast takes as well. Drink Juice is going to be here. A nice little dart, spotting him out. The recon dart, though, Drink Juice manages to avoid it, but he knows he's there. A great spray down, making it, putting it back into the hands of Hotcakes with that advantage. They do have 2 ultimates available, ready for the post plant with the opening up the skies of the Brimstone. Spike is not down just yet. They're waiting.
30
They're
seconds
chilling
left.
out. They don't really have to force this. They have plenty of time. They have control of the site. Lyoko will get forced out with a nice Molotov. They will finally put it down. Look at this utility usage. They are absolutely prepared. Forcing out, looking for those kills, and Remix will get one. Not able to find the next, but Lyoko very lit up. Recon Dart is going to do a lot as well. They know both of those players are chilling out. It's up to Churro. Churro is the key player here. Lyoko saying, no sir, I am. The Hellfire comes down. They know Lyoko is very low. Q59 with a nice kill. Doesn't even need to use it for the spike.
I will say I'm not a big fan of that usage. I think that you could have had a much better decision on that. Could have saved it for another round. It's such an impactful ultimate if you use it at the right time. And yes, you net a frag, by the way, first frag of the game. Maybe that was the plan. Maybe it was like, screw it! The guns ain't working for me. I got the ultimate online. I'll use that. I mean, probably not. That's definitely not what the decision was. But yeah, either way, would have preferred maybe a better usage of that. But Churro gets tagged down heavily. Tried to get aggressive with this operator, which I actually like. I think a great decision by him. But it does not net any kind of frags. And in fact, a frag going the other way towards A, as the Rays taken down here for the defense. Expandable down 1, 5 versus 4 to Hotcakes.
They will make it even though. Drink juice. They're going to reveal with the ultimate, and that is the sign. Go A, go A. Lit will try to open it up. The rotates are coming pretty quick though. Ultimate as well, trying to disrupt them. The smoke, perfect timing, but not quite. Churro will manage to get the kill still. But a nice spike plant. No ultimates available for the side of Hotcakes to try to defend this, but they've got the advantage here. They've got the health advantage, they've got the gun advantage.
Pretty much everything you could want. And it is possible, though, on this retake for Expandable. A lot of those smokes now fading away. And looks like no resmokes available. So the operator looking for a free frag, but none being given up as Foon gets control of the lamps. Definitely a strong position to retake from. Clears out all the angles, and now that is going to be trying at the defuse, but I Drink Juice loses out off the back of that flash, and Remix with 2 cleans things up. Easy does it. Hotcakes respond, and in great fashion. 8-2 now.
Yeah, they had Expandable getting those 2. They said, that's enough. We'll be taking it from here. We'll be starting our streak back up again, and we'll be carrying it through till the end of the half. But it still is a good amount of work that they need to do in order to shut down this Expandable team completely. They do have quite a mixed buy operator on the side of Churro that he managed to save, but no credits in the bank. Used all the rest of them to buy up that armor. Make sure he isn't glass cannoning it.
Deploying drone.
And it will possibly be the fast A play. It has to be careful here, though. Does manage to escape, but they know they're coming from behind. They have the chance. They have the opportunity to fully take this A. And it will be an awkward retake coming from behind on the side of Expandable. Especially because they know exactly what's going on. But actually, they're going to go for the full wrap. Catching Foon out. They were not expecting that whatsoever. And that's exactly what they wanted to do. They wanted to play with Expandable's expectations. They did that. Exactly. Big paint can coming out, lighting up. Oh my god. It just hit him right in the feet there. Did so much damage. Shifty. Very, very low.
Well, not just low, but down a couple of players are Expandable. And now the information gained. Well, it was the paint can and then a boom bot. So, 2 bits of utility do spell the demise there for the Omen. And Vons closes it out with a triple onto his opposition on the race. So Churro, the sole operator and the sole weapon, I should say, that Expandable had, now going to be saving things in the attacker's spawn. Should get away with their life. Easy enough. But it was a solid round. And I mean, listen, we're sitting at 9-2 at the moment, and Hotcakes have been dominant.
That goes there.
I mean, it's just,
This goes here.
what can you do in this scenario as expandable? You can try to get this last round to make sure you don't end off the half in a loss, because that can feel really bad going into the
This
next
is a nice
half.
spot.
Pistol, if they get this round win, Pistol will be a nice reset. They get to reset their mental, but here comes the showstopper from Vons, looking for anything.
Cage 10.
Not finding it just yet. We'll shoot it into there. Foon knows exactly where he's trying to spray through. They have control of that first half of sight, which is all they need to plant that spike, and they will get it down. Those Brimstone smokes doing so much work, but the ultimates available on Expandable could make this retake easy, depending on the usage. Showstopper coming out. Will take down 2. Vons and Waltz. Lyoko opening it up again. The Deja Vu double kill with the Showstopper. And that is going to allow them to just waltz in onto this site. Lyoko looking for more. Foon. A nice kill. Bring it down to that 1v4. They will defuse the spike for that round win, making it 3-9 at the half.
Churro just casually shooting through the smoke there. Cleaned up the last kill of that half. And, well, listen, you know, Expandable, we've seen a 9-3 comeback from them already today on Icebox of all maps against Stable Esports. Brought that back to overtime and then won it out. So, definitely is doable, though certainly not ideal, as we are in a position, I think, where they just need to be decisive on their attack. They need to make a decision and then stick with it. And honestly, it's a toss-up whether or not it'll work, because Hotcakes, they've been out shooting them, at least on paper, for the last couple of rounds.
An interesting push through mid here. The CT is wrapping all the way around. They're taking their halves of the map, but now it will make them aware that they're going A. They have sort of a free site here, which is not exactly what they want, and it's always sort of awkward to make a retake from this mid. Let's see if they can make it work. Lyoko is revealed, but that's the only player. Vons getting down Foon, and Churro is going to be the key player here in defending this. Ends up lighting one up, Shifty to finish. They're coming through still. Remix with another round of Churro, and Lit spraying through. Still, it is relatively even. 2v2 brought down to a 1v2, and now it is Drink Juice to defend. Q59 on the defuse, but from the other side, looking the wrong way. Will try to finish it as Vons. Here's the stomping. Taps him. That's all he needed for the triple kill. It is already halfway there. Just finish it off, top it off for that double digits.
Awful close, coming down to the wire, but Hotcakes do win it out. As, well, it's been a disastrous half number 1 and a disastrous start here for Expandable in half number 2. It's kind of a point at which this second half might be awful brief if it is, you know, not Expandable really returning the favor here. They are pretty much forced to force buy into this round, and it looks like they're doing just that. Stingers picked up, as well as a Spectre on one player, but I mean, is that going to be enough here?
Lyoko coming through with some aggression, taking down Vons, but Waltz gonna be trying to get those refrags. The flash comes out, but it is too late. Nothing there. And now it is going to be the full B take. One coming through teleporter. It is lit. Gets lit up down to 30. That's going to make it really, really difficult to retake that, especially with this owl drone right here in hookah. Pretty smart play from my Drink Juice. It looks like it may be just a save for that Hotcakes team, unless they have some heroics in the bag. Q59 will be the star of the show on this retake. Waits for the recon dart to go down. Here's Churro to his left. The paranoia comes out. There's one. There's two. Looking for the third, and he gets it for the 4K. Q59 bringing it to 11. An impressive, heroic move from him there to not give Expandable the 4th round that they so desperately wanted.
And I was talking about him in the first half. A bit of a slow start. Had a bit of a rough one, I'll be honest. But that is absolutely humongous. Exactly when necessary. And it was looking so strong. Expandable. They honestly, they had that in the bag. That was their round. That was their time. Their chance to get back in to this game. The fragile economy broken potentially for hotcakes. But no, says Brimstone. That's just absolutely beautiful stuff all the way around. And hotcakes, they are now in prime position to take it all the way here. First frag going Vaughn's way off the back of a ton of utility. Lit coming through the teleporter in order to get that support as well. It's just a 5-on-3, and it's not looking good.
Yeah, Remix did spot out one going through the teleporter. They're waiting. Lying in wait is I Drink Juice. Waiting to pounce on his prey, but it looks like none of them are going to be taking that teleporter. They're not going to fall for the bait so easily. Churro hiding out in lamps or in bathrooms with the sheriff trying to jump spot. Above that brimstone smoke. This could be the end for Expandable. If they don't clutch this out. 2v5 scenario. And almost nothing to work with. Just the scraps of the last round's loss. Remix looking for the frag. Has an idea of where Churro is. All he has to wait for is the right opportunity. Churro pushes through right into the jaws of Remix. And now looking for the last. Recon Dart comes through, gets revealed, and a flawless round to bring it to match point for Hotcakes.
12-3, the scoreline. And I will say, I did mention that I expected Hotcakes to be the advantageous team in this position, though I don't think I had really expected this sort of scoreline. Expandable have actually looked very good today. Every time we've seen them, both times I should say, we've seen them. A close loss to Titan Esports, a big win against Stable, but it's looking as if it's Hotcakes who are just too much for them to handle. And that's a very nice sonar dart. I'm glad that we followed that one because it gave out a lot of information, though it does not really help out too much as the first frag still goes Expandable's way. And Hotcakes, they're down one. Now it is returned. Q59 trying to get cheeky. Had a great spray down before, but not able to get the second right there. Lyoko pulling up onto the site. Remix wins that fight. And so we're back to a 3-on-3. It's even. Days, that's a very nice shock dart as well. Remix tagged down and out. Through the box. I Drink Juice winning it out, but Waltz on the other side makes things work.
Shifty, 26 HP and the spike in hand, is going to be putting it down right now with 2 ultimates to support. They have the Hunter's Fury. That Omen TP isn't going to really do them much, but Drink Juice really just has to play his life. Spotted out by Lit, possibly. They know roughly where they are. They're going to throw out the stun. Looking for anything. The flashes come through as well. They may just decide to stick this. Drink Juice. He's going to pull out the Hunter's Fury. There's the shots coming through. He's going to find Waltz. Spots the last out, and he's going to keep it alive for Expandable. He says, not just yet. You still have some rounds to play. As he brings it to 4, they've got a long road ahead of them, and they can't make any mistakes. But at the very least, Drink Juice comes in clutch.
That long road, it definitely consists of 8 rounds that would be needed in a row from here on out. Expandable. They do have a very significant weaponry advantage into this round. Not really a lot of investment available for Hotcakes. Their, well, their bank, their economy, it's dried up. The heat got to it. And looking a little bit like California in the summer at the moment. So, we're moving on. Expandable in prime position right now to at least gain back a couple of rounds. But, I mean, honestly, this is so hard to try and come back from.
They do have all of the ultimates available on the side of Hotcakes. They've been storing them up. The blades, the knives are out. The TP Omen is ready as well, in case something Goes wrong. They're looking for that flank, but Lit.
Here.
He's going to spot him out with the camera. Just seeing the jet as of right now. They are going to see that camera engaged. It looks like Churro's going for a bit of a bait, though. They have that spike dropped down. They're just looking to get information here, playing relatively slow. They will push up onto this B. Now they just need the rotates. They need the spike. But they are creating a ton of space. I drink juice. Finishing off Waltz, putting him out of his misery with the shock dart. Remix is going to dink up Lyoko. Nothing to show for it there, though. It was a nice headshot from him. Now, 2v3. This is the kind of round you save. Drink juice with another. Lyoko is going to pull out the showstopper, but the rocket fuse is going to run down without finding any kills unless A finds them! Oh my, the timing. The unfortunate timing from Lit getting taken out, getting blown to smithereens by that showstopper.
I'm not gonna lie though, as funny as that showstopper was from Lyoko, I would have loved to see that saved into the next round. This round's so much more impactful, where you need an opening frag like Lyoko has been able to find with that showstopper time and time again. You know, that round, it was already a 2-on-4 or something like that when you pull it out. It was just, and it was an eco. So anyway, long story short, I would have liked to see maybe a better usage of it. Nonetheless, we'll see if it matters, all things considered. There is a lot of utility moving towards this hookah position. Now it's Vaughn's turn, pulling out the showstopper. Paranoia comes in return. It's blinded by the teammate, though, and everybody's moved back, not wanting to give away anything as the Hunter Fury comes out for Remix as well on the defense. So 2 big value ultimates thrown in, nothing gained off the back of them. So now it's going to be moving towards A, Expandable, trying to rethink their aggression.
And they still have the Brimstone ulti available as well as the Neural Theft. Lit is just waiting patiently to do anything. The spike is not going down just yet, but Vons will catch out the straggler from B. I Drink Juice. The top frag of Expandable. Churro looking to take that title for himself, finding almost 3. Remix coming with a big double kill, and it will be Shifty. No possession of the spike in a 1v3 to keep it alive for his team. Brimstone ulti still available, and if he gets spotted out in lamps, this could be deadly. Not sure if this is the most advisable position. And there it is, opening up the skies, and that is going to take him out for the final kill. He had no say in defending that spike, and as soon as that ulti came out, he was good as dead. 13 rounds for Hotcakes, and they will move on.
They move on to play our VAL qualifier sponsor, Hyperspace Dark, in this lower bracket matchup. So that should be a spicy one, to be completely honest. On the other side of that bracket, I'm not quite sure who it will be, either Illusion Gaming or Able Esports, to pull that out. I'm just taking a look right here.
But yeah, no,
Ooh.
Hotcakes is on their hot streak. They absolutely took down last round save, although it was a fight, and taking down Expandable in quite a convincing fashion. I think that they are going to have a great time against Hyperspace Dark, although we will have to see. It is not in the books just yet, ladies and gentlemen. There is still much Valorant to be played, especially because this is only day 1 of this Hyperspace Dark qualifier.
Yeah, exactly. Day 1, and we've already seen some amazing games. So definitely don't go anywhere. We have at least one more game for you today. So that's going to be that spicy matchup, Hyperspace Dark and Hotcakes. So we'll see if that hot streak continues. But all in all, Remix had a great game right there, by the way. Topping out the combat score at 18 and 11, 272 on the combat score, followed very closely by I Drink Juice. So Sovas for both sides, stepping up massively. followed by the way by the raises for both sides. That's where the thing stopped, though. It looked really pretty on the scoreboard, so that's why I mentioned it. But nonetheless, really awesome stuff all the way around. I think I feel a little bit better. My stonks are rising. My preds have been pretty bad today, but now we're 2-2, so it's not as big of a deal, and we could definitely pick things up here. Moving on to our final matchup, but we're gonna get everything prepared, everything ready. So I don't want you guys to go anywhere. Don't turn off the stream because we've got a lot more Valorant. We got a whole map of Valorant, in fact, coming right back at you. It's it's, to be fair, it's past dinner time, but if you want to go get your dinner, go get your snacks. Maybe you're on the West Coast. Definitely do that and bring it back in. But we'll be right here, right with you, right after this.
Before on this site, no reason to think it wouldn't again, but Rano is going to be the first to go down. We talked about Churro fragging, and here he comes, pushing onto that site, and they're going to be trying to get a little bit of aggression here, but I'm going to run it back, but gets taken down by Shade's operator. Munchie does get Benji in garage, though, and now the push does come in. Shade does get verified. Now in a 2 versus 1 scenario, Munchie takes out Shade, has to stop Dip, who is sticking this defuse. He doesn't seem to notice, though. He's not going to get around the corner. What a stick there from Munchie. Or from, excuse me, from Dip.
They've now pulled out the knives, and they've got to do it with poor weapons.
Yeah, it is definitely tough. They do push really hard in here, and Tizon does get a kill, but oh my god! Scrounge comes in, playing on his steering wheel. He just comes in, knocking everybody down. That is an incredible play there from Scrounge. That level of aggression. Singularity manages to clean it up. Has an inkling of what's going on, but Singularity already made his way up into heaven. Sees that he has some free shots here. Gonna take 1, gonna take 2.
30 seconds.
Dynasty now finds himself in a tough spot. Fluffy gonna take him out with the knives, put him out of his misery, and wow, Vincent, that Singularity flank, that was a long payoff.
It was a long con, and he got away with it in.
He's spamming with that ghost, not gonna find anything, and immediately we see Redux super aggressive. He's going to take out and gonna take out slow motion there. Singularity finding Munchie as well. So a lot of kills coming in fast here. Redux takes out Verify. Tizon though finds a trade, and it's gonna be Fluffy getting the better of that Jet matchup early on here. So honestly, not a lot for most, and are looking to get a pretty good start on doing it again. Operator in the garage here, gonna find a nice shot through the wall on slow motion, and another one, this time on to Verify. Shade finding everything right now with that operator, looking very poised in that garage. Push still comes through garage, but Rano just waiting for Tizon outside, and just one more, why not? Shade takes out Munchie there, and that's a nice little cushion TLP is building.
I mean, that was just a feeble attempt at a garage shake, to be honest.
Showstopper comes out, but it's going to get taken down by Shade. Very nice shooting with that operator. Definitely a risky play to peek that, but it paid off in a big way. We see slow motion finding some kills here. Tizon sort of trying to play this crossfire, gets taken down by the classic from Dip. Slow motion does find the kill and finds another, making a 4K for slow motion. What a clutch play, coming up huge there, and grabs the op on his way out.
Yeah, I mean, slow.
This last round here. That they do, and definitely not the way you want to rally as Benji swiftly doing some work. KP in a bit of a run. Shade! Gonna take a shot out on through the wall at CT and taking out KP.
Hang around with that Judge. Manages to take out 2 and make Benji's job hopefully just a little easier here. That res, though, talking about Sage plays, that is a pretty big res there as it gets all the Killjoy utility back online as well. But Benji finds Enjoy there, taking him out. Very nice and quick there. Gonna have to wonder if both his enemies now here are in this underneath heaven area. Drops below, takes out 1 and 2, finds them both there. Really nice play from Benji in the 1 versus 3 scenario. It's gonna defuse that spike, and it's a 3-1 lead for TLP. That's some really good play there, Vincent. it certainly is. That's all the way out. Shade is going to trade back that jet difference there. So now it is Perseverance sliding his way in here, trying to come around and swing this angle. Isn't going to find the headshot that he needs. The angle is going to get swung instead by his teammates, who are all going to fall. Perseverance goes down there to Dip as well. So a nice little 3K in that garden for Dip. Does a really good job holding things down. And the 9-3 turns into an 11. Spectral Redux also takes out Reno. He is just looking phenomenal on that Vandal spawn. Nuke Prophet does take care of Reno, though, with that Molotov. Really good work there. Really good sort of setup placement there. Getting that Molotov exactly where it has to go. Less so from the Sova ultimate, but it is Dynasty going to be able to take out Nuke Prophet. Dip, though, finding all the kills there. One with the utility, one with the gun, and Dynasty gets a clean little 3K there that round as well. We've seen a lot of individual performances here. Shot by that Cypher Cam through the smoke. Benji, though, gonna come flying in, taking care of Shifty and Bap. Dynasty finding a couple of his own there. Reno is going to take out Lovely and Benji. Just gonna clean things up with that last frag onto Churro. They barely took any damage, TLP, let alone actually getting killed. They have just been tearing back onto these sites in these retakes.
Yeah, I mean, and there was not a lot of, anything available to hold them off on the retake there for a win.
Yeah, absolutely. We see some super aggressive defense there again from Wave Runners on the sort of save eco round. Here comes the run it back. Out on site now, gonna find a couple there. Another 2-for-1. This time it's Dynasty. Little taps there. That is one of the most valuable run it backs I think we've seen so far. Make it 3 for Dynasty there. Shade's gonna throw at a 4 versus 4 retake sort of scenario. You see Shade watching that flank. Nobody going to be coming there, though. Curry, very nice Hunter's Fury onto Dip, taking out his Sova counterpart. Dynasty finds 4 before Clamran finally shuts him down.
Attackers win.
Rano going to find that last kill, and wow, what a match. I think those teams pretty even, but it did end up being... They're not going to want to walk into it. And we see Rano making things happen with that Odin here. You don't always see an Odin in play. Clamran also going to find a kill there. Dynasty, though, taking care of Fun Buns and Nuke Prophet and Clamran. That is a nifty little 3K there. Some really nice shooting from the Phoenix there, and it is just Curry left alive here for the Wolves. Going to be the one finding Lyoko here. The battle Phoenix is going the way of the Phoenix for TLP so far. No trades needed when you just pop somebody in the head like that. Spike does come down, and back into Long here goes Shade and company. They're going to try to hold this Spike from Long again. We've seen it work before on this site. No reason to think it wouldn't again, but Rano is going to be the first to go down. We talked about Churro fragging, and here he comes, pushing onto that site. And they're going to be trying to get a little bit of aggression here, but going to run it back, but gets taken down by Shade's operator. Munchie does get Benji in garage, though, and now the push does come in. Shade does get verified. Now in a 2 versus 1 scenario, Munchie takes out Shade, has to stop Dip, who is sticking this defuse. He doesn't seem to notice, though. He's not going to get around the corner. What a stick there from Munchie. Or from Dip.
They've now pulled out the knives, and they've got to do it with poor weapons.
Yeah, it is definitely tough. They do push really hard in here, and Tizon does get a kill, but oh my god! Scrounge comes in, playing on his steering wheel. He just comes in, knocking everybody down. That is an incredible play there from Scrounge. That level of aggression, Singularity manages to clean it up. Has an inkling of what's going on, but Singularity already made his way up into heaven. Sees that he has some free shots here. Gonna take 1, gonna take 2.
30 seconds.
Dynasty now finds himself in a tough spot. Fluffy gonna take him out with the knives, put him out of his misery, and wow, Vincent, that Singularity flank, that was a long payoff.
It was a long con, and he got away with it in...
He's spamming with that ghost, not gonna find anything, and immediately we see Redux, super aggressive, is going to take out, and going to take out slow motion there. Singularity finding Munchie as well. So a lot of kills coming in fast here. Redux takes out Verify. Tizon, though, finds a trade, and it's going to be Fluffy getting the better of that Jet matchup early on here. So honestly, not a lot for most, and are looking to get a pretty good start on doing it again. Operator in the garage here, gonna find a nice shot through the wall onto slow motion and another one, this time onto Verify. Shade finding everything right now with that operator, looking very poised in that garage. Push still comes through garage, but Rano just waiting for T-Zon outside, and just one more. Why not? Shade takes out Munchie there, and
Alrighty, everybody, welcome back. Well, we are here. It's fitting, you know, Net Control. We are in the Hyperspace Dark VAL qualifier, and we are ending the day with Hyperspace Dark versus Hotcakes. It's been a spicy matchup all the way through. The Hotcakes are on a hot run through this lower bracket, but Hyperspace Dark are going to be trying to suck all the air out of that fire and put it out, as we are moving into what is a pretty awesome matchup, I think, just on paper.
I mean, yeah, you have, the sponsors of this qualifier competing to get out of that lower bracket. And like you said, sucking the wind out of Hotcakes' fire and putting it in their own sails, hopefully looking to just cruise through the rest of this qualifier. But this is the last match of the C stream tonight. We have a big one, ladies and gentlemen. Hotcakes is coming off of a pretty strong game, pretty strong showing in that last one. They did an excellent job of going up against the Pandas. The Pandas did not eat. They did not have those hotcakes.
No, they went home hungry, we could just say. I mean, no bamboo, no hotcakes, no nothing going there for our expandable, unfortunately. By the way, Hyperspace Dark, how had they gotten here? Well, they lost out to Depth Esports, who actually I have never heard of this team. So let me just take a look at that roster. Wait, oh, that's Ambu. Okay, never mind. I have heard of that team. Never mind. But of course, going out there, that's actually not that crazy of a result. Embu is a very solid squad. And so then go down into the lower bracket. Of course, we saw where Hotcakes came from, beating out last round save and expandable to bring them here, where they'll have to play not only this game, but if whoever wins this game, at least one more game against the winner of Titan Esports and Illusion Gaming to take on YFP in the loser, the consolation bracket, the winners of that. So all that being said, we are here and we are ready to go. We're going back to Bind, and I guess you had to mention the Joker curse, and you've moved that curse. It's been transferred onto yourself. I cannot believe you've done this. That's just sad for you and for me, since we just saw Bind. But Bind is still exciting. I do like it.
Yeah, no, it's when you say that, we were talking about this during the break, and I personally love Split. It's one of those maps that, like, everybody when they're playing the beta, right? And at least from what my perspective during the beta, everybody was like, "Hey, Split and Haven, these are the maps. These are the maps right here. Bind, it's all right." And it's completely flip-flopped. I mean, the only way that Split, we see Split anytime in competitive Valorant, if it accidentally gets past the ban phase and the team goes, "Oh God, we forgot to ban Split." Oh no. And then they have to play on it. And then there's that one team. There's always that one team that just has their fingers crossed, hoping that they can get that split, because they've got some nasty camera setups. They've got some awesome shock arrows. They're just dialed in on that map. But of course, Bind, I guess what you could call the comfort pick in this kind of competitive Valorant. Ascent and Bind are two of those strongest maps for a lot of teams. So I think, based on Hotcakes' previous performance, like I said, starting on that attack, going against the defensive Hyperspace Dark, they've had a great time getting that attack rolling, getting that snowball rolling in their case. And hopefully they can roll it straight over Hyperspace Dark. But maybe Hyperspace Dark has something up their sleeve for their qualifier to take down Hotcakes.
I think they probably do. This team, You know, actually, one of the more consistent teams in Tier 2, I feel, has been on an upward trajectory just in general, Hyperspace Dark, and so for that reason, I've been pretty impressed with their with how they have been able to make runs. This is a good example of it. They've had a bit of a rough couple of runs in the last couple of qualifiers. If I'm not mistaken, they have gone out 0-2 in both of the last two qualifiers. And so now they changed that today. Took their first win in the upper bracket. Now, actually, first two wins realistically in the upper bracket. Then, unfortunately, dropping down here. But now are primed and ready to make a lower bracket run all the way through, winning out their qualifier and making it to that $2,000 Player Zone Invitational. Absolutely huge. VAL am so exciting. So many cool teams. Everybody doing their best, looking to move forward. I just want to bring up that bracket that I was talking about just a moment ago, though, because remember how I mentioned that I was really impressed with YFP, how they made it. They made it into the winners finals, best of three. They got schwacked around by Depth Esports. Yeah, I mean it was a 2-0 victory, going the way of Depth, and so a very solid play there from them. They are already in the grand finals. That's going to happen tomorrow, though. So be ready to tune into the mainstream. We'll be on the lookout for that one. That being said, though, we also have to think about how YFP now down into the lower bracket makes things a little bit more interesting, I think, because that definitely means that we see either Hyperspace Dark or Hotcakes take on Titan Esports or Illusion Gaming for the chance to play YFP Gaming. And YFP, they have been on a run. I mean, a hot run. I watched them play in the Valorant training grounds stuff on Saturday, and so for that reason, I was impressed with the way they've shown up today. It's been a lot of fun, and it's just been enjoyable to watch.
Absolutely, but it seems like the teams are not ready. We've got a bit of a situation, but we'll be throwing it to a quick break, and we'll be getting this losers bracket match, this hot match that we've been waiting for, in just a second. But don't go anywhere. We're still going to be here. We'll have the match ready for you in just a bit.
Because who alts U-Haul when the bomb's being planted? The team able to get 2 picks and the third.
I guess at the end of the day, he still. Oh, the goal from Bandito!
Bandito! And he got the third one!
Bandito Guardian in hand, take the capers, one more for the Bucks, and a fourth one to close it out on JGM.
JGM, all left to him. Bomb is planted for their CT spawn, but unfortunately not enough time.
A couple shock darts coming out, and there goes the Odin. Sophie falls. Logan finds a triple.
He has a sheriff in hand, and even then a boombug is going to distract from the positioning. Look at that, melting away like a blender, like an oven, finding all these different buys.
Polar Bear has something to say about that. Knives are drawn out, gets a 4K.
And needs to come out. See, you look at the health bar as well, but Gucci finds it with a sight. Governor will fall, and that will be all she wrote.
Oh, my back hurts. Everyone's so heavy.
Certainly is. That's all the way out. Shade is going to trade back. lot of individual performances here. Shot by that Cypher cam through the
And
All right. We have finally returned. The game ready to go. Sorry about the long wait. We do apologize for that. We're just figuring out some technical problems, and we have now solved said technical problems. We're back and into it. Why don't you take us through these character selections, Net Control?
of course, I mean, almost it is the exact same comp that Hotcakes is going to be running on this attacking side. I mean, it worked out for them last time. They got that snowball going, and I think it's a really, really strong attacker side. They've got a lot of post-plant ultimates, and they also got some ultimates to open it up. They got Vons and Waltz on those two hyper-aggressive characters. But on the side of Hyperspace Dark, we do see a little bit more of a, I guess what you would say, I guess not exactly a defensive setup. You do have the Phoenix ultimate, which can be used offensively and defensively at the same time. But I'm interested to see how this matchup will go. If I had to call it, I think it is going to be the side of Hotcakes taking this pistol round, getting the first couple rounds. We'll have to see. Maybe they'll prove me wrong in this case.
I have to disagree with you. I think it's going to be Hyperspace Dark taking this all the way and winning this game out for the time being. That's just my feel. But like you said, I mean, Hotcakes on a streak right now. Definitely looking to put down Hyperspace Dark in their own qualifier would be brutal way to go. But hey, it's Valorant. It's action, and it's all about shooting heads. So it is a little bit brutal sometimes already. As we get into the pistol, well, let's bring it.
I'm getting a sense of deja vu here, as it is a similar setup to what they had in the last map. I have to see how it works out for them this time. Coming through, some aggressive play, but a lot of damage being taken. The trades come out, and they come out exactly even. That was a lot of damage from that paint canister, making it unfortunate, but they still have the option for this teleporter in case there is an overextension from this Hyperspace Dark team. They have to be careful. Smoke is going to come out, but they're going to run it B. They're going to fully commit HD, try hard with that Sheriff. Batteries taking the trade, but Q59, the spike carrier, taking him down. And there they go, through the teleporter. Like I said, the overextension from Hyperspace Dark. They do have the camera set up. They spotted both of them in that bathrooms. They're going to be running it through, although they will meet the opposition. In just a second, spotted one out, spike being planted. Nick trying to do what he can, try hard, applying the pressure. There it goes, Nick. 2 clean shots, cleaning it up.
Yeah, really solid there for Hyperspace Dark, doing exactly what was necessary to pick that round up, and a pretty good rotation, honestly, all things considered, for Hotcakes. But you know, the 2v2 didn't work out. Nick with good shots, it happens, right? And especially one thing I will say, in Hyperspace Dark's credit, they did a great job of getting aggressive over towards long B. And that made it so difficult for Hotcakes to set up the attack that they wanted. Immediately into a 3-on-3. The problem here is you lose like half your utility. I don't remember who went down, but there's you know, one main player with flashes. That's Waltz. If he goes down early, your main source of the aggression, of the ability to get move forward and get into a site is immediately gone. It makes things very hard.
Speaking of aggression, pretty aggressive play up into this B long. They're going to be fully taking it. They will try to defend this though. Zunga looking for 2, not able to connect it, but try hard with a nice judge taking down Remix on that little flank that he was trying to start up there. Now he's brought to a 2v3.
Player standing.
Very nice.
To finish it out. There we go. Hyperspace Dark with another round win, bringing it to that 2-0. And you know, when I didn't actually, I forgot to point this out, but how smart the camera was on the side of Nick, being able to put it in that bathroom, not only just covering that, but also covering the rotation through teleporter. Spotted both of those players out, and it made it really, really easy to retake it. He knew exactly where they were planning. He knew exactly how to retake it. That double kill in the pistol round was absolutely spectacular, and you can see they're going to try to respond to the normal aggression that they have towards this long, but they're missing. They are all on that mid, but they're taking a lot of damage here from that ultimate. Tryhard. Where is he? He just ended up in this teleporter. Possibly didn't mean to do that.
I think he did, actually. Got one, fell back. Easy does it. I think that was exactly the plan. Now Hotcakes picking up one. That's Remix trying to return these frags. But Nick getting aggressive over here. This is a bonus round. Gets a nice shot. The headshot there, but is it going to net any frags as Remix is down to low HP. Shock darts prepped and ready from the heaven position. Lotus trying to maybe prep a flank, but it's all about timing there on that flank. A bit of a missed shock dart, I think. Not quite getting exactly what is necessary. The sonar comes through. It gives over some information, so they know where one player could be playing. Gets aggressive, tries to find that frag, but Zundiga going down, and now it's just Lotus moving in. The flank, so key here. And the 2-on-2, Tryhard. That could be a good nade. Doesn't quite do it. Remix finds that frag, and now it's just the flanking Lotus. Knows where two players could be, but Lit gonna be picking up on where that player's sitting off the back of a gun barrel pointing out. And it is the return fire. Hotcakes pick up their first after a 2-round deficit.
That's exactly what they needed there, and you can see the pies will be relatively even, but it will be Hyperspace Dark committing almost fully to it.
Oh, this is a nice one.
Only 3 digits. There are no 4 digits there. This is the investment that they didn't want to make. They do have the ultimate of Lotus ready in case they want to make any aggressive plays for that information collecting. It looks like Hotcakes will be returning to that sort of default that he was running. Didn't end up gaining a little bit of information with that ulti, though.
Definitely is solid information gathering. That being said, speaking of solid, Q59, a solid first frag, opening things up here. It gives Hotcakes the man advantage. It's, you know, an Owl Drone heyday over there at the B site. Say hello. And it's kind of like, you know, when all the hot air balloons come up. You know, and go together. And I don't know is it a hot air balloon race? I don't know. I didn't think about the metaphor. Whatever. It's still 5-on-4. Hyperspace Dark down 1. As it's about 50 seconds left, and it looks like the offense is grouping up towards A.
Yeah, they've got plenty of time. They don't really need to rush this all that much. They have the man advantage. They also have the neural theft available. No ults ready on Hyperspace Dark. Here comes Vons with an aggressive play. Spots one out, and Lamps is going to finish off the kill. Was flashed as well. And they have successfully cracked open this site.
30 seconds
The
left.
classic Brimstone smokes come out and opened it up. Batteries with a TP. Spots one out right in his face. 2 coming through the connector. Gonna throw the recon dart out. Trying to make this recon. Trying to make it the retake easier. Here they come, coming around. Vons and Cypher. A nice crossfire set up. Vons will finish it off using light as bait. Excellent stuff from Hotcakes. Tied up.
Yeah, and a quad kill from Vons, a player, by the way, that I think more than likely we're going to be seeing playing very well here if Hotcakes win this out. Already starting off strong. 6-3 at the moment. Just 4 rounds into the game. Batteries on the other side, by the way, same score line. So it's been a battle here at the opening stages. But that battle currently being won by Hotcakes. As it's Hyperspace Dark who have to eco. They are going to have quite a few of these sheriffs, and Bucky, in fact, as well. And 4 players getting aggressive over towards A. This short position very much found out. They know all the information. And so now they can try and use this teleporter quite effectively. Remix says hello to the Bucky user. Oh my goodness! Zunga wins that fight. Oh, Vaughn says, listen, screw you. I'm going to be shooting you with the bazooka in the face for that one. That's just some hilarious hijinks.
Though, I will have to say that it was a good response with the Bucky. A little bit of violation of privacy there, perhaps, with the Owl drone. But we have moved on from that. The spike is planted in this 3v4. What can Hyperspace Dark do to retake this? Vaughn's saying, no, no, no. No pushing from this mid, and Waltz is going to clean it up with a nice double kill.
That's a full house of frags between Vaughn's and Waltz. And it is fitting, as we are now looking into a nice round, potentially there for Hyperspace Dark as they pull out an operator. The full weaponry is there, and they do have one ultimate. That's on the Sova. So that definitely it's going to make things a little bit easier, but look at the other side. You got a Rolling Thunder. That's a great initiator, a great opportunity for them to go in and get aggressive, and aggressive it is. Pushing up into A off the back of that. The player in lamps gets stunned out, but they're not going to follow that up, interestingly enough, as now the Sova comes through with that utility. Indeed, coming through, but not enough for the frag, and the frag's always going onto the defense, and Hyperspace Dark winning all the duels.
Oh my god, Hyperspace Dark. They really turned it around on this retake. They did an excellent job. They had the manpower that they were looking for. They will be tying it up back again. It has been a back and forth game. Hotcakes and Hyperspace Dark haven't really gained too significant of an advantage.
You know, it has been back and forth, and you know, this is a great example where Hotcakes, they had that 3-round run, one of those in eco, right? 2 gun rounds, but as soon as that eco came through, the operator came out, they tried to get a little bit aggressive, and Hyperspace Dark just said, "Nuh-uh, that ain't how it works out here," and put them down with some serious aggression of their own, re-aggressing on the defense and finding all those kills.
Maybe the operator, the smooth operators of Hyperspace Dark, maybe that was the key that they needed. Lotus will not get the kill, but spots 2 out. And Nick is going to be playing back towards this elbow. It's sort of the recon gatherer, and then the last chance. Lotus with a nice peek. Nice flash as well. They bring it down to a 2v3. Waltz will get the trade, trying to make it even. They hear them in elbow. And all they have to do is be a little bit sneaky, trying to avoid it. They did end up avoiding the Owl drone. They have no idea that he's there. And he's going to push through, but to no avail.
I mean, Nick just finding that kill is so impressive, right? You aren't going to typically pick that one up, and he does anyway. And it does proc that 2-1-4 position as Hotcakes. I mean, what do you do? Lit is on the other side of the map, as his teammate, and the spike is dropped in the middle of the map. I mean, it's got to be frustrating. And with 30 seconds left, it's not quite enough time to realistically do much of anything. It looks like they might be headed towards A, but I mean, how long do you wait? Okay, now here's the time. Very good smokes coming through, but smokes don't matter when Tryhard has an operator, and Lit through the smoke wins that duel. But big ol' Nick puts a big ol' into that round.
Some big old bullets into Lit's head, piercing right through that hat, which he has decided not to use yet. I think he's just waiting for the right time. We see that often, a lot of the time with Cyphers. Their kit is incredibly good, but the ultimate is often not really used as much as I think the right designers would like it to. I think, I don't want to say it should be buffed, but I think it should have a little bit more use. But speaking of use, here it comes. Jan's using those blast packs, running the same sort of setup that they usually do. Those smokes are down. This is quite the fake, though. Hyperspace Dark has completely fallen for it. Vons is going to continue to make a lot of noise here. He gets taken down, but they are already on site. What an incredible fake from Hotcakes.
I mean, they just swallowed the bait, hook, line, and sinker, didn't they? So that is Hunter's Fury coming through on towards the spawn, trying to deny the plant. It does just that for the time being, but that's going to be short-lived as now Q59 does get that out. It's now 5-on-4 on the retake. A couple of players tagged down. Lots of utility available for the defense.
And here they come, flooding in. They are giving him that space because the Hellfire coming down. Not getting a lot of damage, but they will be able to finish him off with that nice little shock dart. The Molotov as well, forcing Lotus off the bomb. He did get halfway there on the progress, but the Molotov is eating up so much of that space. Big ol' Nick now finally tapping it. It is halfway done, but waltzes through the paranoia. Nice quick scope from Tryhard, but that is not enough. He will manage to escape with the op in hand. That is another round. Oh! Oh no.
Oh man, I felt like he was in the teleporter. When exactly, how far into the teleporter do you have to be to teleport? That's a question I need the answer to. Let's find that out. I don't know how we're gonna find that out, but I feel like we need to. Anyway, all that being said, a great round there. A realistic eco win for Hotcakes, as their bait not only worked out, but it netted them a round where I think you realistically would have loved to bomb, a spike plant. And so, well, looks as if we're going to be getting a little bit of a fast move in play as the Rolling Thunder comes through onto A, tries to clear out anybody in the lamps area. Vons does a good job of that, but Tryhard fights back on the response. Remix though elsewhere, finds the frag onto Lotus, and so it's a 4-on-3. Hyperspace Dart, they're down one player in this, and a little bit of an odd shock dart there from Zunga. Not going to be quite connecting.
I mean, they fell for it again. Vaughn just doing so much, pushing into A. Does end up getting a frag this time, which is even better. The most that they could want out of that. And now it's going to be a difficult retake. They know exactly where they're coming from. Similar situation on how it played out last round. See what they can do. It's not over just yet.
Certainly is not. They're going to have to start moving, though, Hyperspace Dark. And in fact, maybe they're not. They are not going to be moving. They're moving all the way away. Don't want to be going for that one. And, honestly, I don't necessarily blame them. 3-on-4 in the position they were in. Pretty low on the utility. It's just not going to work out most of the time. And so with that, it's another round. Now Hotcakes 5-4 as it's starting to look a little bit dire here in the last couple of rounds. Hyperspace Dark getting outplayed big time by Hotcakes.
This goes here.
They do have full rifles on the side of Hyperspace Dark with the operator in Tryhard's hands again. Seeing if that can be possibly that little edge that they need. Looks like they will be running somewhat of a default this time. Not doing anything crazy with the fakes just yet. Just taking up space towards this B side, dropping that swag towards that connector.
Does look as if it's going to be a B hit, though. That being said, look at where the spike is, and nobody committed with that thing just yet. So, realistically, just because there's 4 players over here doesn't really mean they're going to commit. Owl Drone tags Tryhard, at least sells that there's somebody over in this direction. The Sova in particular is the only player there. But it's just about the rotations. You got to make sure that you don't get those rotations pulled over so extremely as it's been for the last couple of rounds. Hotcakes, I mean, it looks as if they've been playing Hyperspace Dark like they're puppets the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, but it seems like they're opting for a little bit slower of an approach. Not sure if they could trick them again with that cheeky little fake. There's still 30 seconds remaining. They have to make a move now. Lotus is trying to force something out. Trying to gain some information, but there's Vons. Running his nice little play. Trying to open up this A. A nice headshot on the Tryhard, and the site is cracked open. It will be Zunga. Try to prevent any kind of rotation. This is looking game set for this round, getting that 6th in their pockets. I mean, he's getting pinched, absolutely waltz from behind. Really impressive stuff from Hotcakes, looking very, very strong in this half. We'll have to see. We are starting to approach the end of the half. We'll have to see how they perform on that defender side.
Yeah, and that last round, flawless, the victory for Hotcakes. And just that time, honestly, they just won all the duels. They just won the aim battles, and that was it. So I don't know what adjustments necessarily need to be made on the side of Hyperspace Dark, but you know, that one may be a little bit unlucky, to be fair, because that's not been the case for the majority of this game. They have not been necessarily just winning out the duels. Hotcakes. So it's a close game still. Just 2 rounds between these two teams. Lotus trying to get aggressive with these curveballs. We've seen how effective it can be. Here's a couple. Just barely not able to pick up one frag. Now Vaughn's coming around the corner and spots Nick. We got the trade for Lotus. He's going to get taken down by Q59 as well. So just 2 players left. It's 2-on-4 now. Hyperspace Dark in a tough spot.
But Batteries, nice little flank here. They don't realize that he's here. He's going to hop over. What a play by Tryhard. Trying as hard as Batteries from behind. Catching out Vons. They did do a good job of capitalizing on this little awkward rotate that Hotcakes has had. Batteries looking for another. He takes him down. Remix only with a Spectre. Now it is all up to Q59. 2 ultimates available on Hyperspace Dark, but they are probably going to save them up for that last round of the half. They have control of the spike.
30 seconds left.
Have to be very careful, though. Q59 could sneak around. Does still have the opportunity to run it to B, but he is quickly running out of time.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's so many angles, right, that you got to try and clear with that amount of time left, 30 seconds. I mean, it just makes things nigh impossible. You got to contend with the fact that Batteries can be literally anywhere, and that's a bit of a mistake. Batteries giving him the opportunity. I don't know if he got enough time for the plant. Oh, just barely not enough. I mean, that was what? A tenth, 2/10, 3/10 of a second.
Last round in the half.
You need that 4 full to be able to plant that bomb. And now they are almost tied up in this half, which I think doesn't necessarily spell doom for Hotcakes, but it definitely is going to make this next half pretty difficult. They usually snowball out with this attacker-sided composition. They do a good job with it on defense, but it seems like Hyperspace Dark will excel on the attack. Some information gathering by Lotus. They are hiding away, tucking themselves away on the other side. Will not find anything. Did spot out one. That's just 1 in the sea of 5 members.
Definitely not ideal for the information gathering game, as there's a bit more of a trade of utility over on B. All that being said, Hyperspace Dark, they have a couple of ults. One big impactful ult, that being the Showstopper. And there's one on the Hotcake side as well, Hunter's Fury, to follow that up for Hotcakes. So this last round certainly could be spelling destruction. I'll try hard. We've seen how effective they can be with this weapon. Here's the information. Knows there's somebody coming. When do you pull it out? The answer, right now. Everybody getting out of dodge, though. Maybe a little bit early on the trigger right there. And a bit of a whiff shot on the paint canister to follow it up. There's just 1 player left on A, so that's called for the rotation to come through to B, but Lotus in prime position. This could be big, but no, not able to find anything at all. And now it's going to be the investment of the Hunter's Fury. 1 found for Zundaga, and that's going to be 2, in fact. Vons finds 1 with the Showstopper, but that's going to be short-lived as well. It's 2-on-3 now, and it's going to have to be a massive retake. Zunga finding a 3rd of the round.
I mean, the ultimates invested in on trying to take those sites is so bad. They are not able to defend this anymore, and Zunga is looking for that ace. Spraying through, he's so low. Trying to finish it out with the tie. will be spraying through. Unfortunately, will not get the ace. Batteries finishes it out 6-6 half. And I think Hotcakes, their downfall was that showstopper in Hunter's Fury being almost
Switching
effectively wasted in that round. I guess you could call them zoning ults, but
Well, I mean, the showstopper got a kill, to be fair.
it did, yes.
So, I mean, like, I don't know if that was wasted, but yeah, unfortunately, Hunter's Fury just didn't. I mean, it didn't work out effectively, right?
Yeah. I mean, they couldn't use it for the post plant. I mean, and he was also forced to plant that bomb in that case. So, who knows?
It's difficult all the way around to really determine. But, I mean, this scoreline really communicates the closeness that these two teams are. I think I mentioned in the pregame that for me, you know, this is almost a toss-up, but I edged out Hyperspace start. And I think that this 6-6 scoreline really shows how this has been a incredibly close game thus far.
We'll have to see, though, how this defensive side of Hotcakes works out. They are being really aggressive, carrying over that attacking into this. This seems like a deja vu. I feel like I've felt this before. Where
I think so.
they are hyper aggressive. They give somewhat of a free sight to the enemy team, and then they play the retake. Hopefully they're confident enough for this to get going. They are lurking in this smoke. Now popping out towards this lamps. This could be disastrous, and it almost is for them. They are managing to trade it out. Batteries pushes right into them, looking to take this spike defuse. They're running out of time though, and Lotus with this Molotov could change it. He burns him alive. Lit goes down, and the shock dart as well. I don't know if they have enough time. And the other Molotov.
Player standing.
He got two.
Oh.
He got two. Oh my gosh. Oh, what? He had the one hot hands, right? And then he got one kill with it, then followed it up with the pistol, 2 kills, refreshes the hot hands.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
beautiful.
Calculated. See you later, Hotcakes. They had such an impressive retake going, but Lotus just absolutely worked on him.
I mean, that was just beautiful from Lotus. I mean, saving the round, by the way, for sure. And definitely taking things into his own hands. You'll love to see that.
His own hot hands.
See what you did there. 7-6 now. The remix. I mean, that's a very nice little shot. Takes down Tryhard, but unfortunately, that does mean the entirety of the B side is open. We're doing all the way around the world. Let's run it back again. Oh my goodness. I feel like we've seen this like 4 or 5 times this game so far. It's ridiculous.
We really have. They're going to run it all the way to A, and they are looking dazed and confused. They will be running it through that teleporter. They're trying to all go at the same time, and they hear the noise. Will be Lotus. Has the hot hands available to try to deny this push. Batteries setting up this nice crossfire, but gets smoked out. Hot hands thrown through. He's going to be pushing through. They have no idea that he's here as of right now. Curveball comes through. Oh my God, Lotus! Humongous triple kill. He comes up big in the second round of the second half. Oh my God.
Lotus is an actual monster.
Absolutely spectacular.
I mean, mate, he has 7 kills in 2 rounds. Prior to this, he had 5.
This goes here.
just, oh my goodness. Lotus had 5 kills, by the way, 2 rounds ago. That's what we were at. He's now at 12-12, leading. Well, you know, co-leading, I should say, the leaderboard for the team. But hey, that's exactly where it is. The turnaround, just a couple of rounds away. Remember that in your ranked games, folks. It's always just a couple of rounds away, your turnaround. And that's exactly what happened to Lotus. Lotus feeling strong, flashing in. Curveball not going to be netting much of anything this time, though.
He has to be careful, though. He can't get overconfident, because letting up one pick on that Hotcake side could make their push onto the site all the more difficult. Will be Vons holding it through. Tryhard does manage to land the spray. Will be rotating around.
Smoke's
To
down.
in hookah. one holding B and 2 on A. A nice little default running. Paranoia comes through, floating slowly down. Spike in possession. Looks like they will be trying to take this towards A. Lid is preventing that, though, for the time being.
Certainly doing a good job of that.
Cage triggered.
It's 3 on 5, and a not ideal position. Lotus does have the run it back available, but I don't even know if you want to really invest that. You've got to find a frag here at best, but it's just a 1 for 2, and that's pretty devastating. Remix closing things out onto Lotus with a very nice frag as well. Gives Hotcakes a foothold back into this matchup. They go to 7, and it's 7-8.
I know this has been still back and forth on this side. I expected Hotcakes to have a little bit more of a difficult time in Hyperspace Dark to kind of crush it on this attacking side. They did for the first 2 rounds, but they're losing steam now, and their economy is losing steam as well. They have to run something quick, try to put a stop to Hotcakes, trying to not let them get more than 1 round in a row.
They do have a run it back, though. It's going to be committed. They also had the less ideal weaponry last round. Hunter Fury comes out to try and make this work, but Remix, that's very solid with that Hunter Fury. Taking out the opposing Sova, making things a little bit more tough on the opposition. So Tryhard in the corner, tagged down very, very low indeed. And his battery's just the spike planted. It's 4 on 5 as Hotcakes have the man advantage.
They do have the smokes still available. Tryhard absolutely spotted out. That shock dart's going to take him out. Remix does the trigonometry in his head. Batteries. He's going to take down Vons, though. He is playing in lamps. A very dangerous position indeed. All 3 of the members are in there. Now just brought down to 2. Remix, bring it down to that 1, and that is an easy retake for Hotcakes. Clean as hell.
Man, clean as hell is exactly how I would put that. Absolutely brilliant retake right there. They peeked it together, played together, used the utility, the sonar dart, got the shock dart off the back of that. I mean, it was just, honestly, it seemed like a puzzle, and it was put together very well, easily, in fact. And so now is going to be back to the drawing board, back to the low buy, low weapons for Hyperspace Dark. They've lost 2 in a row now, and it's been 2 for 2. And, well, we ended 6-6. It's now 8-8. That's how it works. I can do math. Quick maths, easy does it. And, well, Hyperspace Dark need to do something. Maybe get a couple of kills here because with so many players surviving there for the defense, their money is a building.
Owl Drone will spot out 2. This could be the sign that they are ready to go in on this site. You can see that the defense of Hotcakes is backing up, giving them a little bit of space, hiding out. They don't want to give up these kills too quickly. They still got some util on the site. Camera spotting out. Lotus trying to make a play. Will hot hands up. Nobody spotting out, so that could be the sign. They are prepping it. The wire is broken. I'll have to see what the play is.
That play, a little bit slow to get started, to be honest with you. And look at the rotations. It has just netted so many of these rotates coming through. There's still 2 players kind of committed here, but they're very far back on the site, and it does net a bit of a foothold into this position. A nice flash coming through from Lotus, gonna make it a little bit more difficult. But Waltz with 1, 2, and 3. That's big stuff. Speaking of big old Nick, gonna be picking up the headshot. Makes things a bit more difficult for the defenders to rotate into, but the defuse is coming in. Paranoia there, but he's sticking it. Q59, not even asked about it. Remix with a double to close things out. And honestly, Hotcakes, they look like they're on a bit of a tear right now.
It's like, no problem, man. I trust you guys. I'm just going to stick it. No worries. And stick it he did, netting them the next round. Bring it to their advantage for the first time in this half. I mean, it's been pretty tough so far, but they're looking to take it to that double digits, making it 1 round closer to closing it out in this best of 1. Taking down Hyperspace Dark in their own qualifier. But HD they're not done yet.
They sure
They're not done
ain't.
quite yet.
I mean, honestly, this is kind of the round that is for me the turning point, because Hyperspace Dark, they've got the weapons, and well, that's not the play I was looking for. Lotus playing solo through a smoke on one side of the map, running into, by the way, 2 weapons. I mean, it's just a little bit of a questionable play. So, and Lotus, obviously, you know, one of those big fraggers for Hyperspace Dark. Certainly not all lost just yet. You do have the showstopper available on the Rays, as well as 4 players still left alive. All of those committed towards B at the moment. 1 in the long position and 3 towards hookah. They look to be creeping out as they move forward.
The commit is coming through here. The showstopper as well. Try hard. Looking for anything that he can. Is just going to toss it down. Finds 2! What an explosion right there. Lit is still hanging out in elbow. Paint can. Force batteries off of a nice angle. Force him to hide out, but here comes a showstopper in response for the defense. Is going to end up whiffing. Cannot channel that try-hard energy. Battery is taken down Q59. Lit. He is lurking from behind, but Batteries with a nice 180, cleaning it up, getting the triple kill.
I mean, it's just 2 key members of Hyperspace Dark stepping up when most necessary. Try hard. I mean, that showstopper should have found nothing. Nothing at all. Picks up 2 frags with it. Are you kidding me? And then Batteries, key teleport, key paranoia, making the positioning work for him. As he gets that triple kill. Full house of frags across the board for Hyperspace Dark, and they're right back into it. It's tied up 9-9 as we move forward. I mean, this is a very exciting matchup. A little bit of information gained there by that sonar dart. Just pings 1 though, so it's not really all that useful. But there is 4, make it 5 players committed towards B.
And like you said, joke's over, you're dead. If he can even find anybody to run it back, will gain information that this site is being held passively. Unfortunately, will not see those 2 players hanging out in elbow. They have an idea, though. They will be putting this bomb down now. Defense has 3 ultimates available. Remix just getting up the sonar dart, trying to collect some information. Rotates are slow, but they're ready. The Rolling Thunder.
Right there.
Prepped and ready to go for this retake.
Well, and there he goes.
Bonds, nice coming through, but Zunga with a big Hunter's Fury brought in response is the ultimate fire raining down from the sky, but Q59, the king of sticking.
I mean, you gotta peek that, mate. You just gotta peek that. I hate to be that guy, but you do just have to peek that. Oh, man. That's so unfortunate there for Hyperspace Dark, but honestly, great ultimate usage. And by the way, it's so key to notice the to use that Aftershock very effectively. Waltz used it and he took out the ulting Sova of Zunga. So, I mean, I think that could have been the reason they didn't peek. They might have thought that Zunga denied the defuse with the Hunter's Fury, but he died, in fact, to Waltz's Aftershock. So it's just that sort of thing happens, but a big miscommunication potentially for Hyperspace Dark. They do have some weaponry. There's 2 players ready. Oh, and looking away at the wrong time is Vaughn's. Tryhard, Batteries, pick up 1, remix 1 with the frag, but Lotus trades back immediately. So Hyperspace Dark, they went down in the last round, but they've got a 2-man advantage walking in to this one.
This is truly the back and forth game. Hyperspace Dark looking so strong in this round, and it's going to be a save for Hotcakes. There's nothing they can really do. No ultimates available on the board. They want to keep their guns. They're kind of hurting for money as well, and what a take right there. I mean, absolutely no shot for Hotcakes trying to defend that site. The onslaught of Hyperspace Dark. They're going to make it dark when this spike explodes. But so far, I mean, it has been absolutely neck and neck. They've been trading rounds back and forth this entire half.
One after another, man. It's just been very impressive. Neither team willing to give this up. Remember, we're in the consolation bracket right now, so anybody losing this game goes home. Goes home sad, doesn't come back tomorrow. And, well, listen, sometimes you just want to play some more Valorant. And that's exactly what we're looking to do. Play some more Valorant, but it will be tomorrow, to be clear.
Sometimes you
it's a little late.
Solo queue cannot scratch that itch of competitive Valorant. It really cannot. And Hyperspace Dark is not looking to get eliminated just yet. They are fighting tooth and nail, trying to get up to that 12, secure that match point at the very least. They got 2 more rounds to win. All they have to do is get that first initial pick onto the B. It's a relatively open site, so if they realize that and Remix goes down, it could be a difficult retake for Hotcakes. Remix is spotted out. They see that he just has the Bucky. But it rotates. Coming through from Hotcakes. 2 there. Lotus on the lurk. Getting 1, but Remix. A nice follow-up. And Lotus with 2. Perfect lurk. And they are going to rotate it all the way back. And look at this TP right here from the Omen of Hyperspace Dark. Ready, willing, and able to catch out Vons on the flank. And there it is. Excellently played from Batteries.
I think Remix might die here. Indeed does, yeah. Try hard, just, yeah, well placed there on that flank as well. So, 11th round now. In hand, Hyperspace Dark. They have the advantage once more, but it is could be a short-lived advantage considering the back-and-forth nature of this game thus far, especially as it's going to be Rifles back on board. It was a bit of an eco round. You had 2 saved weapons, so it made things a little bit more dicey, but otherwise was forced by eco weapons. We saw the Bucky, a Sheriff here, an SMG there. So now Rifles along the entirety of the players, all 10 of them in fact, and it looks like it's going to be more B aggression. It seems like we've seen a B hit pretty much every single round at some point, and it looks to continue here.
We'll have to see how the rest of this round comes out. They have had some good success on B, but it looks like Hotcakes is changing up their defense. Remix with a big frag to start it out, traded out by Zunga. Clearing out, says Waltz. Trying to deny the space, setting up a crossfire. Vons is ready, willing, but not able. Batteries and try hard, getting 2, but Q5 now with a nice one-tap onto Batteries, dropping the spike. They have no control over it, though. They're just going to have to chill out for the time being. The Shock Dart is going to buy them a little bit of time to grab that spike. Smoke possibly inadvisable as well. Zunga is going to pick it up.
That smoke, it definitely makes things easier to grab the spike, right? And now they're just going to wait. This is an interesting strategy. I like this a lot. They're basically trying to dare Hotcakes to rotate out, make a commitment to a different space. That sonar dart now gains the information. You know where they're going to be playing. As now Molly looking to go through. Perfectly placed once again. As now the retake can come in. It's 2-on-2. First frag going the way of Nick, but it's followed up light with 2. That's beautiful. And we're back, all tied up once again here in net control. Oh my goodness. 11-11.
No match point for either team just yet, but what was so smart about Hotcakes, they did not need to rotate. Hyperspace Dark just dared them to. But Hotcakes says, nah, we got a camera on A. What are you even doing? Like, why are you trying to juke out a Cypher? We have so much information, my guy. So, excellently played from Hotcakes, the patient play. I mean, it really came down to the 1v1 there, but in a way, they did not get juked out by Hyperspace Dark this time.
Well, and to be honest, it's been Hotcakes doing most of the juke in this game. That being said, I mean, it is the time at which someone must gain a point towards that match point, as it's 11-11. So at one point, we'll have something here. A bit of a whiffed flash, the curveball not connecting, or at least connecting on 2. Lotus trying to get aggressive off the back of that try hard. Finds the opening frag of the round onto Waltz. As now it's 5-on-4. This defense of the site needs to be perfect from Hyperspace Dark.
They have 2 ultimates available. The showstopper is ready on Hotcakes, and he's going to pull it out looking for nothing. Finding nothing. Big ol' Nick is going to take one down. Trading out. The trades come through. The Cypher upload, the Neural Theft is going to find them out, but Light coming in huge. Now in a 1v2, but Zunga is there to bring it to match point for Hyperspace Dark.
Match point.
It's the small things. That opening frag, that was the turning point. Ironically, I mean, you think it's the start. It was actually the end. The trades so effective there for Hyperspace Dark, something they've been doing fairly well all evening long. And so now, look at the cash, the money. It's devastated. Absolutely horrific scenes in the bank accounts of every single player on Hotcakes. As now they've got 2 Buckies, 1 Vandal, and 2 Spectres. Is it winnable? Absolutely. Is it easy? Not at all. And there it comes. Gonna be getting some information going through onto the site is Lotus with the run it back. Finds a lot of info and a frag as well. That showstopper doesn't really net much of anything, but it's already a man advantage as the Hunter's Fury comes through to try and deny the plant, but it's short-lived.
The Hunter's Fury getting juked out by Nick. Not finding anything, but they are all posted up. The Molotov coming through, and wow, what an ultimate as well, denying the bomb plant for just the time being. They still have over a minute to plant it, but Nick dies to the Molotov. He thought it had dissipated, but not quite. The ulti, the Hunter's Fury from Hyperspace Dark, not going to find anything just yet. They do have the numbers advantage. They're looking to close it out. He's right here, right now, the Paranoia. Buying the teammates some time as they push through elbow. Picks up the spike. No ultimates, no mollies available, but the paint can is going to do a bit of damage to batteries. They're trapped in elbow.
Trapped right now, but can get out. There's 2 players sitting on the site, though. That's the problem, right? You got to have something a little bit more long range to contend with. And, well, that Bucky in elbow, at least I think it's a Bucky, is not ideal. As, well, Tryhard ready, is waiting for the communication. Remix, getting aggressive. They're not looking, but it doesn't matter. It's frags, 1 apiece for the remaining 3 players on Hyperspace Dark as they take it 13-11 to stay in their own qualifier, doing everything necessary, stepping up big time and making it work, putting an end to Hotcakes' hot streak.
Absolutely well deserved from Hyperspace Dark. They really had to fight for that one. Hotcakes was not letting up, but at the end of the day, they got the advantage in those rounds. I mean, overall, I want to say that Hotcakes, they did play really well, but I think Hyperspace Dark was just on another level in that map. Although the rounds were back and forth, I think the win was absolutely well deserved for Hyperspace Dark. It was not a fluke at all. I think if Hotcakes, you know, they're coming off of a bind where they won the attack pretty handedly, and their defense, I don't think it's as strong on bind. I think they put a lot of stock into the attack. They seem to like to start on it. Their comp is more designed for it, but well fought by both teams. GG's in the chat, indeed.
Yeah, I have to say, I mean, listen, I'm very grateful to Hyperspace Dark for a couple reasons. The first is, and most important, that they have saved my pred game. We're 3-2 now. Thankfully that they were able to pull that out. I mean, that's a big deal. But a very, very close second to that is a big thank you to them for sponsoring the Hyperspace Dark VAL qualifier. Absolutely wonderful. And we couldn't put on events like this if it weren't for sponsors just like them, making things a lot easier on us. It definitely helps us out over here at GLG, and you know, huge thanks. It's been a lot of fun. What an exciting game as well. And I think I agree with your analysis. Net control, just not quite as ideal there on the side for Hotcakes, but either way, a very close matchup to close out our day. But with that, a couple more thank yous to say. I want to say huge shout out as well to everybody who's tuned in. If you have somehow forgotten about our awesome giveaway, then I will remind you. If you want to get the Celestial Melee weapon, the fan to carefully fan off your face after a nice little frag in the game of Valorant, then go over to the GLG Twitter. You want to like, retweet, and then comment on the giveaway announcement tweet about how you found out about GLG. So you can definitely let them know. And if you just found out about GLG now, you can say Vincent sent you. I love getting at Vincent Cast. Definitely easy. Just throw it in there. But don't forget to tune in to tomorrow as well. Over on the main stream, we've been the C stream all day, but the main stream has going to have some amazing action. 2 best of 3s, I believe 2 BO1s, or maybe just 1 BO1. Yeah, 1 BO1, 2 BO3s. That's what it is. I definitely looked at the schedule, and so definitely check that out if you haven't. If you're not planning on, you need to just change your plans because your plans are wrong. Definitely do that. But on behalf of everyone here who has been doing an awesome job on the production tonight, and Net Control, who has been joining me all evening, I want to say a big thank you as well to Ben, who has pulled out the producing helmet once more, coming in clutch for all of us, as well as Will, who's been doing the observing and honestly been doing a great job of that this evening. So anyway, huge shout out to everyone involved. Thanks again to Hyperspace Dark for sponsoring this qualifier, and we will see you tomorrow on the main stream. We'll see you later. Have a good night.
Have a good night, everybody.
Because who alts U-Haul when the bomb's being planted? The team able to get 2 picks and the 3rd.
I guess at the end of the day, he's the roll from Bandito.
Bandito! And he got the 3rd one!
Bandito Guardian in hand. Take there's one more for the book and a 4th one to close it out on JGM.
JGM all left to him. Bomb is planted for their CT spawn, but unfortunately not enough time.
A couple shock darts coming out, and there goes the Odin. Soapy falls. Logan finds a triple.
He has a sheriff in hand, and even then a boombug is going to distract from the positioning. Look at that, melting away like a blender, like an oven, finding all these different buys.
Polar Bear has something to say about that. Knives are drawn out, gets a 4K.
And needs to come out. You look at the health bar as well, but Gucci finds it with the sight. Governor will fall, and that will be all she wrote.
Oh, my back hurts. Everyone's so heavy.